Tegan's POV. I went to a doctor I once heard of to get some prenatal medication and an ultrasound. I was right on track by measuring just a little over a few weeks pregnant. I found out a week ago through blood tests. Strangely, werewolf pregnancies only last 3 months, which means we also detect our pregnancy early too. Lucky for me, I still had plenty of time to find a job, get a suitable home, and get all the required items for a baby before he or she gets here. It was close to dinner time, and I was tired of eating room service secluded. Therefore, I decided today I would go down to the hotel's fancy restaurant to dine instead. As I opened my door, a chiming sound sounded out. The room's door next to mine immediately opened up, revealing Tanner. "Did you alarm my door?" "How else am I to know if you are leaving without standing guard outside of your door 24/7? I am ordered to be at your side. So that is what I'm going to do. I don't need an escort to go get dinner." Alpha thinks otherwise. "Fuck your Alpha," I stated, making the muscles on his face tighten, yet he did not respond to it. "I am going to be like a fly on the wall. You won't even know I am there." "Not the first time I've heard that statement," I said as I walked past him down the hall to the elevator, him following closely behind me. Once downstairs, I headed straight to the big double-doored restaurant where the delicious smells poured out, making my mouth water with delight. "Hello, ma'am. Table for two?" "We will dine at separate tables, but they need to be close to one another," Tanner spoke out, making me roll my eyes. So much for a fly on the wall. "Very well. Follow me," the host said, as we both followed her to the back. "Is it always this busy?" I asked curiously as we walked through the busy restaurant. "Not normally this busy. There is a conference in town, so we are a little more busy than normal. This will be your table, ma'am. Please take a seat. Your waitress will be with you shortly. And you can sit here, sir," she said, placing him just one table over, handing us both menus. "Thank you," I said as the waitress walked up to take my drink order. Once she had disappeared, I began to look over the options. "I hear the steak is to die for." A husky voice spoke out. I laid down the menu to look up, meeting a set of familiar brown eyes. "Alpha, Liam, to what do I owe the pleasure?" I asked politely. "I am in town for the weekend for the conference. May I ask the same of you?" "Just dining out." "Without your mate?" he asked before looking around. "Keep walking, buddy," Tanner said as he stood up from his chair. Liam turned around with a smile on his face. "And why would I do that? I am simply just talking to the pretty lady." "You are talking to the Queen. Show some respect," he said as his eyes changed colours. I was unsure which animal wanted to come play. "Don't get your boxes in a bunch. I was only being polite," Liam said, before turning his charming smile back at me. "It is fine, Tanner. Liam is welcome to join me if he wants to," I said, looking between them. "Sounds lovely," Liam responded as he took a seat across from me, making Tanner let out a threatening growl. Liam took no offence as he got comfortable. "May I?" he asked, pointing to my menu. "Sure, I hear the steak is to die for," I said, handing him the menu, making him laugh. "So where is Alpha Ezra? If I were him, I wouldn't let my mate walk around without me." "I am sure that would be true if he and I were still mates." "What do you mean?" "I am no longer his mate. Therefore, I am no longer his problem," I stated bluntly without showing my emotions. Luckily, I have had a week to control those hormonal emotions and could now speak about it freely without breaking down. His loss. I was wondering why you smelt so divine, more so than you did on your wedding night." "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "Did you accept Alpha Ezra's rejection?" "What makes you think I didn't reject him?" "Because if you had, you would be able to sense our connection. Without acceptance, it is hindering your senses. Therefore, you cannot sense who I am." "And who are you?" I asked with a laugh. "Your second chance mate, of course," he said, making me spit out my drink. Excuse me, what? I asked, dumbfounded. I had a feeling the night I met you that you were someone special to me. Now that you are no longer vowed to one another, I know why. Because you belong to me. I belong to you? Not like that. That came out wrong. I meant you're my mate. I don't want another mate, I said bluntly, making his face turn sour. Well, it looks like the goddess had other plans for you because here I am. Liam, no offense, but I am not in a place to accept another mate. Plus, I don't feel that sort of connection to you. Once you accept the rejection, you will. And if I don't want to? I asked challengingly. You don't want to accept his rejection? I mean, if I don't want to feel this mate bond connection. I ask you not to give up without giving me a chance. Say you'll give me a chance. We can have dinner. We can get to know one another. Then if I think it is the right choice, I will accept it. But if I don't, then will we reject one another? He was right. I needed to give it a chance. And if I don't want to? Truthfully, I don't care. It is my choice this time, I said bluntly. Oh, then you will come to live with me. I will do no such thing. I will remain here. You can come to me, or we can meet elsewhere. But I will not live in your pack. You will have round-the-clock guards then. Already got one, I said as my eyes shot over to Tanner. From my pack, Liam hissed out. There is one condition you should know before you try swooning me to be your mate. What's that? He asked. I am pregnant. Ezra rejected his pregnant mate. Liam laughed out, making me bite my lip to not say something disrespectful. Is that a deal breaker? I managed to get out. Absolutely not. It's even better, he said as a grin spread across his face, making my skin crawl, but not in a good way. He was up to something, even if I didn't want to be his mate. I wanted to find out what it was. Ezra's POV. I was sitting at my desk after a long day of meetings when my phone started buzzing. I looked at the caller ID, revealing Tanner's name. Normally I call him for updates, not the other way around. That was the agreement. Tanner, is everything okay? Alpha, I know I have to wait for your call, but this seemed urgent. He practically yelled in my ear. Take a breath to calm down, then tell me what it is. He took a deep breath and released it before he spoke again. So there are two things. I'm not sure which is more important news. Go on. Tegan finally left her room other than the visit to the doctor. Good. That means she is less angry. Well, she revealed that her condition is that she is pregnant. I've done my digging. I plan on addressing that when I come to see her. I was only waiting for her to calm down so that when we speak again, she can understand why I had to do what I did, and maybe she will be more likely to take me back. I don't know if it will be that easy, Alpha. What do you mean? Did she say something? I asked. More like she ran into somebody. What do you mean? Why does that complicate me winning her back? From what I could hear, he was asking for her to give him a chance. The restaurant was loud, so I couldn't hear it all, but he told her not to give up her second chance mate for what her first mate did to her or something. Second chance mate? Yes, sir. But our bond isn't completely broken yet. How has she found her second chance mate? He found her Alpha, and you're not going to like who it is, Tanner said, making my heart drop to the pit of my stomach. Who is it? I asked as my mouth went completely dry. It is Alpha Liam Marcel. He is what? I screamed out, smashing my hand down on my desk, cracking it. It wasn't Tanner's fault. I wasn't angry with him. I was angry with myself for allowing her to slip through my fingers and into the clutches of the devil himself. I am sorry, Alpha. She is giving him a chance? That is what it sounded like. They are meeting again for breakfast tomorrow. Where at? I am not sure. Liam stated he did not trust me with his mate and would have a driver from his own pack escort them to their reservations. Over my dead body, I roared before flipping my cracked desk upside down, breaking it completely. I wasn't planning on allowing that, sir, Tanner said, as I was trying to pull my raging wolf back in so I could think clearly. You will, and then you will follow them, I said more calmly. What if the reservation is on his territory? Then you will tell me and I will go. Yes, Alpha. Is there anything else? I asked. No, Alpha. Okay, follow their car and keep me well informed. Do not wait for me to call. You call me if anything. And I mean anything happens. Understand? Yes, Alpha. Thank you, Tanner. Have a good night and I will talk to you tomorrow, I said before disconnecting the call. I looked around at my broken desk and scattered papers. How could this have happened? It had only been a little over a week. How had she found her second chance mate so fast? And why on the goddess green earth would that one person be one of the cruelest men to walk this planet? To top it off, she was carrying the next heir to the throne, my child. I paced back and forth, thinking about all the ways I've royally fucked up. I couldn't allow my mate, an unborn child, to fall into the hands of that monster. There was something I could do. There just had to be. Before I knew it, sunlight was peeking through the window. The remains of my destruction did not move an inch all night, and neither did I. I sat in my chair looking at the shattered pieces of desk, comparing them to my life. I was a shattered mess. I hadn't been the same since she left. I was always so angry. People were now afraid to approach me. Not that I minded. I had no desire to have any conversations. A soft tap on the door had my eyes drift from the desk on the ground to the door that was now open. Dude, what the hell happened here? Uriah asked. He had been picking up my slack this last week, doing my duties and his own. He will never know how grateful I was to have a best friend and beta like him. When I felt like I was drowning, he was there to pick me back up. I can't say that Tegan had that support this week, which made me grimace. How had I not thought about her going through these emotions herself and alone? I was a terrible mate and didn't deserve her forgiveness. But even if she did not take me back, I would not allow her to be with the likes of Liam. She had a hard life growing up already. She didn't deserve an even more cruel life by being bonded to that monster forever. I would help her see he is not who he appears to be. I would show her that behind his charming smile and lying words, he is nothing but evil. Earth to Ezra, what the hell happened here? Close the door. We need to talk. Ignoring his question, finally ready to tell my best friend the truth. What's going on? Uriah asked while closing the door. More than you know, I said, letting out a sigh. Well, catch me up? It's about Tegan. I figured that much, but what is it? First, she dropped the bomb of being my fated mate. Holy shit. That's not even the worst part. I rejected my pregnant fated mate. Tegan is pregnant? He asked. She found out right before the rejection. Fuck, dude. Who all knows? Nobody, and it will remain that way. If they caught wind of her being my fated mate, they'd kill her. You know I wouldn't dare tell a soul. Ready for the cherry on top? There is more? He asked. Liam Marcel just so happened to run into her at the hotel, and he is stating they are second chance mates. What the fuck are we going to do? He said as his face turned cold. Chase her back the old-fashioned way. I will win her heart back while showing Liam's true colours. What about the elders? I want you to look into any possible loopholes to change the authority that they have over who the Queen is. I want to use it to tear them down and make them pay for what they've done, I said with finality. Tegan's POV. The next morning, I got up not wanting to go on this date. The last thing I wanted to do was to date someone, especially while being pregnant with another man's child. What does that make me? A desirable woman, Gemma stated. Desirable or not, why would another alpha want a pregnant Luna whose child is not destined to take over their pack? Maybe he doesn't mind. From my personal experience, they mind. I will be damned if he treats my child even half as badly as my own father treated me. I would never allow it, Gemma roared in my head. Good, something we agree on. We will go on these dates because we agreed to give him a chance. But we can't be closed-minded to him possibly having ulterior motives. I had an off feeling about what he really wanted from me. Right, she responded. I began to try to tame my wild hair. I took some products from my bag to lay on my bathroom counter as I began to dampen my hair to work some magic. Speaking of which, we need to start practicing if we ever want to achieve unlocking our gifts, Gemma stated as I finished doing my hair. Agreed? Maybe we can sneak off into the woods behind the hotel? After the conference has concluded and they all go home, we don't need anyone knowing of our abilities. She has a valid point. I needed to keep them a secret until I needed them to be shown, and when that day comes, I will be ready for whatever it is that is going to invade our realm. I decided on going natural with no makeup, allowing those small hidden freckles to pop out. When I was putting on my shoes, a knock at the door let me know he was there. I slowly walked over, opening the door, making it chime to reveal Liam. He was handsome. I do give him that. He had deep brown eyes, golden blonde hair that fell loosely to the side, as if he had raked his hand through it many times over. Are you going to check me out all day, or are we going to go eat? He said sarcastically with a smile on his face. Right, lead the way, I said as I stepped out the door. Once in the car, we started down the road. The sun was barely out. So where are we going to eat? I asked. It's a surprise. I'm not big on surprises. Can you just tell me? Ruin all the fun. I'm taking you to this little restaurant in a small town not far from here called Hideaway. Thank you, I said, pulling my phone out. What are you telling someone? Do you think I'm going to kidnap you? Of course not. You wouldn't pull such a foolish stunt. I was only informing my friend back at the hotel, so he is aware of my location if this breakfast goes south and I need another ride, I said, smiling. You're feisty and I like that, but this date will not go south, I promise that. And you're a little cocky. That quality makes for an arrogant man, I said, shoving my phone back in my bag. The smile on his face faltered a little before he regained his composure. I like to think of it as confidence. Right. Because confidence and cockiness are two different things in this scenario. What happened to you to make you so angry? He asked, making me laugh. Everything, I replied before looking out the window. Well, I plan to make that anger disappear. How so? By simply proving I am worth being happy about. Oh, look, here we are, he said as the car came to a stop. Outside was a small cottage-like building. Smoke came from the chimney as the smell of fresh-baked goods wafted into the air, making my stomach rumble. Hearing the sound for the first time, it was indeed a weird noise. Let's get in and feed that little prince of yours. Why not princess? Well, I guess that is possible, but most firstborn children of highborn alphas tend to be males. Just a logical guess. I guess that is a good guess, I said as we entered the cottage restaurant. Welcome in, sit wherever you please, and we will be there to service you soon. An elderly woman with grey hair said, Liam taking my hand, leading me to a corner booth which sat near a window that looked out into the beautiful woodlands. Do you come here often? I asked curiously. When I am in town, of course. It is a loved restaurant known by many, he said as a waitress came up. Oh, Alpha Liam, what a wonderful surprise. How long are you here for this time? The young girl said as she used her arms to press her breast tightly together to pop from the top of her shirt. I looked over to see his response. He moved in his seat uncomfortably for a moment before regaining his composure. I am here for the weekend. We are ready to order now. I haven't looked at the menu, I stated. I will order for you. Oh, hello, I didn't see you there, the girl said, her smile immediately fading. I will have orange juice. She will have the same, Liam stated, getting the girl's attention focused on himself again. Right, and would you like your normal? I would indeed, thank you. As for the lady, she would have. I will have biscuits and gravy with a side of 2 sausages. Thank you, Ariel. I interrupted to give her my order while looking at a name tag. My interruption made him look at me briefly before looking back at the waitress, not allowing me to see his eyes. You heard her. He spoke angrily. Right, yes, Alpha. I will get the order right away, she said as she scurried off. We sat in silence for a moment before he finally spoke. I said I would order for you. And I thought I made myself clear that I don't like surprises. I can order myself. I'm not a child. No, but you are my future Luna, and I want to do what is right by you. I never agreed to be your future Luna. I said we could get to know one another and decide after that if that was something worth doing. I said as his face twitched, but he only smiled and nodded in response. Fair enough. I guess being a second chance mate isn't as easy as most told me it would be, so ask away. What would you like to know? He said next, taking me by surprise. I am also your second chance mate? Indeed, my first mate tragically died. How? Murdered. My heart clenched. Here I was being a bitch to him and he lost the love of his life. I was not making a good impression, nor was I giving him the chance I said I would. That has to change. Ezra's POV. I sat there, waiting for Tanner to send me an update. I wasn't wasting time, however. I was also looking in the archives for any possible loopholes that I could use to change the way the elders had so much control over the king's life. They didn't need control over who, what, and when it happened. I wanted to change the restrictions on fated mates, change the idea of what makes a queen be qualified. The moon goddess wouldn't have given a king a fate mate if the bond weren't supposed to benefit the kingdom. I had been looking for days with no success, even before I had mentioned it to Uriah. Maybe a fresh set of eyes will help find something we could use. It's 6:45 a.m., Ezra. Our meeting starts in 15 minutes. We should probably head there. Okay, I said as I put the papers down. We made our way to the other side of the palace to endure yet another pointless meeting. I sat in my normal seat, waiting for everyone else to arrive. Once we were all present, the meeting began. We have the pack funds to go over. The royal banner needs to be updated, and then we also need to discuss the selection of potential brides. I had each pack send in possible candidates, Elder Jackson said, making me roll my eyes. I already have a mate. No, she was without a wolf, and you rejected her. It is time we let that go and find a new match, he said as my phone pinged with a message notification. Ezra, silence your phone, my mother said as I pulled it out. Sorry, I have important business to attend to, I said as I stood up and began to walk out. But King Ezra, the meeting? Another elder spoke up finally. Right. My mother is well familiar with pack finances. Uriah can handle the decisions of the banner. Then the list of potentials can be trashed. King. Fine. Put them on my desk and I will make sure to look through them. I have another urgent meeting to get to, if you will excuse me, I said before taking my leave. Once I was free from the meeting, I opened up the message from Tanner. They are on their way to eat at Hideaway, the small cottage restaurant just on the outskirts of town. Thank you. I sent my reply before grabbing my keys and heading to the car. I made my way through town before getting to the outskirts where the restaurant was located. When I finally arrived, I saw Tanner waiting just outside the doors. Do I need to come inside with you, Alpha? No, this is a friendly meeting, I said, knowing it could easily become a heated meeting in no time. I won't disrupt their breakfast, not at first at least, I said before entering the restaurant. Welcome in, Take a seat anywhere you'd like. A waitress will be there shortly to take your order." An elderly woman hollered from the kitchen. I immediately spotted them sitting at a booth table. He was slick. I'll give him that. A booth is easier to inch your way over closer to the other person, whereas at a table, you don't get that comfortable option. I sat at a table across the way. Luckily, they had a good morning rush, so my scent could be hidden. The perfect table was available. One that allowed me to watch them without them seeing me, at least not easily. I used my wolf hearing to zone in on their conversation. "I know how you feel. I lost my parents at a young age," he said, trying to relate to her experience of losing her mother. Is he really feeding her lies? He didn't care. He never did. "You've had so much loss in your life. How are you still so confident and strong-willed?" Her voice sounded different, not nearly as muffled as before. How has so much changed in such a short amount of time? With being the only child of my family, I had to put my feelings aside and become the leader of my pack. "You didn't have time to mourn?" she asked. "I did, but only when I was alone. The pack didn't need that." "How old were you? 16? The age one can take over a pack if needed by law. Convenient, if you ask me." "And at what age were you when you lost your mate?" His mate disappeared one night and was found weeks later near their pack in a ditch, beaten so badly you could hardly recognize her. She had been dead for a while before she was found. Nobody ever figured out who did it. Makes me question a lot. He never fought hard enough to locate her murderers, which made me wonder if it were him. And if it was him, why the hell would he do such a thing? I was 22. So much loss in such little time. How old are you now? 25. And you? I'm 20. You have already gone through such life changes before my age. I couldn't imagine. From what I hear, you didn't have it easy either. No, but I can for sure say you have had it worse. Guess the fates have it so we could stumble upon each other. We have both suffered so much in our lives. We deserve to be happy. It's like two broken souls who are meant to be together," he said as he scooted closer, making King on edge. "Hello, dear. What may I get you?" The question came from right in front of me. "Sorry, I will have iced water, and for my food I will order some pancakes, 2 sunny-side-up eggs and some toast, please." "I will get that right in, and if there is anything else I can do for you, please let me know," she said with a flirtatious smile as she pranced away. I shook my head as I looked back at the booth to see Liam was even closer than before, his hand now resting on her leg. This motherfucker has a death wish, doesn't he? He was eyeing her in a way that pissed me off on our wedding night and now has the audacity to throw all the charms that he possibly can at her to try and pull her in. Well, that was the last thing that I would allow to happen. I quickly pulled my phone out to send a message. "Make him remove his hand before it is removed forcefully." "Sorry, let me check that," she said, grabbing her phone, then looking around before her eyes met mine. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just fine. It's nothing," she responded, putting the phone back in her bag. "Mind your own business. I am busy," the response to me said. She was now closer than before, purposely trying to piss me off. I stood as a growl erupted all around the room. If she doesn't remove his hand, then I fucking will. Tegan's POV. I stood up from my seat pissed off. The audacity of this man was beyond me. You literally have no boundaries, do you? He needed to remove his hand. He didn't need to do anything. Who do you think you are coming here and acting like this? Your mate, that's who. You lost that right when you rejected me in front of that group of people. I screamed out, infuriated with his bullshit at that point. How was I supposed to move on if he wouldn't let me? He is just doing what an alpha would do over his mate love. Don't worry, I'd take no offense. Once you accept his rejection, he and his wolf can let the bond go and move on as well. Liam spoke up next to me. I thought about his words for a moment. My wolf, however, whined at the idea of accepting his rejection. You're right, it's time I let it go. I, Tegan Hendricks, accept. Before I could get the words out, a hand covered my mouth. Ezra had made huge strides across the room, so he could stop me from finishing my sentence. I could still feel slight tingles dancing across my face from what was remaining of our bond. Liam's touch didn't feel like that, but like he said, I was still technically bonded to Ezra until I accepted the rejection. Please don't. I am working on overthrowing the elders. Please, Tegan, just give me a chance. Give us a chance. I shook my head to release my face from his grip. You had your chance. You allowed them to break our bond. The most sacred oath a wolf could take. You shattered my heart before I could even explain anything. I know, and I am so sorry. It was selfish, and I promise to never do anything like that again if you give me a chance. I don't know if I can forgive you, Ezra. Please, for our family. His words took me by surprise. I hadn't told him about the pregnancy yet. I made Aaron tell me. He answered the question in my head. You chose to walk away from me, from us. Now I am choosing to stay away. I didn't know what I was doing. You don't understand the ultimatum. What I understand is you abandoned me. Therefore, I, Tegan Hendricks, accept. He sped out of the restaurant so fast you couldn't even see his figure go. Still, not allowing me to get the words out once again. I grabbed my forehead while letting out a sigh. Don't worry, love, you have plenty of time to accept it. Plus, we are still getting to know one another. When we choose to mate and claim one another, we will get the acceptance across. Don't you worry, Liam said as he took my hand in his own. The tingles I felt with Ezra a moment ago were non-existent with Liam. I want my mate. Gemma whined in my head. We must stay strong. Plus, Liam could be ours forever if we give him a chance. I don't like him. Only because the bond with Ezra and Kingston is clouding your senses. Once we accept their rejection, we will feel the same feelings we feel for them right now, but for Liam. I said to my wolf while she continued whining in my head. Let's get you home. I'm sure you've had enough of today already, Liam said as he held my hand a little tighter, leading me out to his vehicle. My alarm going off at the crack of dawn woke me abruptly, something I'd been doing to go practice my elements alone in the woods. It had been going on 3 weeks since my last encounter with Ezra at the restaurant. I felt angry with myself for even thinking about him, especially since me and Liam had been spending so much time together. I didn't think I would fall for another person, but his personality and caring persona took me by surprise. We share a lot of interests, aside from me also having the baggage of trauma in our families with the traumatic loss of loved ones. Over the last 3 weeks, we have spent nearly every day together. He didn't mind my growing belly, although I still felt uncomfortable with the idea of dating a man whose child I was not carrying, but he didn't seem to mind. He would sit and talk to my stomach, making butterflies erupt all over, which made me fall even harder. It had been a blessing being able to get to know him without the mate bond controlling my thoughts and actions. It made me feel like the love I felt was purer. I knew I was ready to move to the next step with him, although we agreed we would not mate or mark one another until after the baby was born. Him agreeing made me feel better. It was easier and less complicated. Concentrate. We need to master these elements, my wolf raged. She still wasn't fond of Liam, but she knew I was. I figured by now she would get over the Ezra thing, but he had been ignoring me since that day, so I hadn't been able to accept the rejection, so she could feel the bond with Liam and Slayer. Slayer is Liam's wolf. So far, I have mastered fire and earth. At least I had one in common with my mom, but something inside told me I could do more, which is why I had been pushing myself so hard. I stared off at the lake, hoping I could manipulate the water. I pushed with all my might as gushes of wind blew all around me before the water stood upward. Holy shit, I did it. My hands moved around, and whichever way my hands moved, The water did too. "Gemma, do you see this? We control them all," she replied in amazement. "What?" "Fire, air, earth, and water. We have been able to manipulate each one of them." "When did we get air?" "Right before we manipulated the water. Did you see the air swish by which danced along the water before it stood? We have controlled them all. But Celeste said Mom only controlled 2. "We are more powerful than even her," Gemma said while wagging her tail. I moved my hands around some more, waving, then splitting the water, when a branch crunched from behind me. I looked around but saw nobody. "Someone's here," Gemma said on high alert. I dropped the water, waves erupting as the water came crashing down. "We've been spotted. We need to get home now," Gemma said again. I wasted no time before sprinting to the hotel. I felt as if eyes were watching me the entire time. I rushed upstairs, entering my room as fast as possible. Once the door was closed, I saw a piece of paper on my bed. The words read, "I'm watching you. Nowhere is safe. You're next." The words sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Tegan's POV. As much as I wanted to believe it was some joke, I couldn't take the chance. I wanted to take the next step with Liam, but I wasn't sure that the next step was to move in with him. We had only been seeing each other for 3 weeks, but the note left me with no other option. I couldn't risk the safety of my child. The safest place for me was at Liam's side. He would let no harm come to me or my unborn baby. I, of course, still had Tanner, and then 2 guards from Liam's pack. But this intruder managed to get into my room without any of them knowing. Tanner went wild trying to find out who it was. There was no trace of a scent left behind, nor did any security cameras catch anyone entering or exiting my room, which made me more terrified. I paced my room, waiting for Liam to return my call, when my phone started going off. I quickly answered without looking at the caller ID. "Liam, thank God, something has happened," I said, but the other line was dead silent. I pulled the phone from my ear to see spam risk on the caller ID. "Hello, is someone there?" I spoke again, knowing now it wasn't Liam. But all I could hear was heavy breathing. My heart rate spiked as I threw my phone across the room, smashing it into the wall, which broke it into pieces. A moment later, a bang at the door had me let a scream out. "Lunar Queen Tegan, are you okay?" I heard Tanner holler from the other side, easing my racing heart. He still refused to address me without the Queen's title, even though I am sure I have already been replaced by now. "Sorry, Tanner, I'm just on edge," I said as I opened the door. "I heard a crash. Is everything okay?" It was a prank call. It startled me, and I threw my phone at the wall. "Nothing serious," I said as my TV suddenly turned on in the background, making my heart rate spike again. "Is someone in there with you?" he asked. I shook my head no, my eyes nearly bulging from the skull. He pushed the door softly, pulling me behind him. "Stay here with these guards. I will go have a look, okay?" I only nodded in response. After a few minutes, Tanner reappeared. "Nobody is in there. We need to relocate you, Lunar Queen. It is not safe here. I can take you back to the kingdom. You will be well protected there." "No, I will go to Liam's pack," I said with finality. "But I cannot go with you if you go there," he said with pleading eyes, begging me to change my mind. "I will be safe there," I stated. "I cannot protect you there." He tried reasoning. "I think it is time you went home, Tanner. It has been a month. I appreciate all you have done for me, but I will not be returning to the kingdom. It was only a matter of time before I moved to Liam's pack anyway." Alpha Ezra, there is nothing more you can do once I pass into Liam's territory. Ezra will understand. His name still sent a thrill of excitement through my body. Goddess, I needed to accept that rejection. "I will drive you to their home. Then I will help unload your belongings and settle you in your room," he stated. "That is not up to me." "It's not a request, Queen. I will do this," he said with certainty. "I will talk to Liam, but then you must return home. You cannot hang around the pack border. That is a command, Tanner. If I hadn't commanded, he wouldn't have gone back home. I knew him. If that is a command, then fine. He replied, defeated. Thank you, I said, as he let out a frustrated sigh. Your safety will always come first, my queen. He said with a bow. Can I call Alpha Liam on your phone? I broke mine. I asked Liam's guards, one handing over his device. I immediately found his name and hit dial. After a few rings, the line was picked up. I could hear a faint groan in the background. Has the bitch decided? His voice echoed through the receiver, leaving me confused. Oh, goddess. I heard another yell in the background. Shut up. I'm on the phone with important business, he hollered to whoever was there. Randall, are you there? Is it done? Hi, it's me. I finally stated. Love, hey, why are you using Randall's phone? He asked before addressing someone in the room with him. Get out, you're dismissed. This is an important call. He murmured under his breath. It's broken. If you're busy with a meeting, I can call back, I finally said. Nonsense, they were just leaving. Nothing important, some disciplinary actions are all. What's going on, love? I was wondering if the offer for me to come stay with you was still on the table. Of course it is. Is everything okay? We can discuss it in person if that is all right. Sure, I will see you soon, love. Another thing. What's up? Tanner will drive me there, settle me in, and then he will take his leave. Welcomed and unharmed. I knew having non-pack members in your territory could be risky business, but I wouldn't back off of his safety. Tanner is welcome with open arms anytime, unharmed and untouched. He will leave once I'm settled in. I will see to it he leaves the territory in one piece. So you shall. We will see you shortly, Luna, Liam said before disconnecting the call. Love you too. I murmured sarcastically under my breath, even though he didn't say those words himself, nor did he hear my response. I then handed Randall his phone back before looking over to Tanner. He said you're always welcomed. I repeated Liam's words, making Tanner huff out in response. Let's get you packed then, Tanner said as he entered my hotel room, followed by Liam's men, Randall and Jay. When going inside, I looked over to Randall. Hey, who was Liam waiting for a decision from, and what was he meaning by, is it done? He had us doing a side job while in town. Nothing concerning you, Luna, Randall stated, still not answering, but his face seemed tense. Pack business? Precisely. And I am to be the future Luna. Shouldn't I be aware? Not yet something to be aware of. Why are alphas so hush-hush when it comes to the Luna knowing what is going on? Ezra was the same way. I was determined to change that. I deserve to know. At least once I'm the Luna, as of now, I am merely a guest. Once everything was packed and ready, I checked out and we left. While driving down the road that led to Liam's pack, there were heads on spikes for miles. What the hell is going on here? Tegan's POV. I couldn't get the faces of all those men, women and children out of my mind. It's not medieval times. Why on earth would he behead someone then spike their decomposing heads down his pathway? He never seemed like that kind of person when we were together. There must be a good reason for those sorts of actions. That is disgusting. Tanner muttered my exact thoughts as we kept driving down the road. I am sure he had a good reason for what he did. I tried defending, but not really believing my words myself. Or just a power-hungry man wanting to show dominance to those inferior to him, Tanner replied, his eyes never leaving the road. I bit my lip to not say anything. We passed by another face, which in turn made me sick to my stomach. The child looked no more than 4 years old. Why would this be something worth displaying? What could a child do so badly that would warrant this? He is a fucking monster. Luna Queen, please reconsider. We can turn around now, Tanner said. I closed my eyes considering this option, but something urged me to see it through. Something big is happening here. I can feel it, Gemma stated. I could feel it too, but I didn't want to believe it. Liam showed nothing but kindness, love, and worshipped the ground I walked on. Surely it was wrong. Always trust your gut feeling over your heart. The man can't be trusted. And if he is the root of our evil, shouldn't we play along and find out? I asked. You're only human. Your heart makes the decisions, and in this case, your heart has made up its mind. Gemma simply replied, That is not true, I said, trying to defend myself. If we find something evil here, will you kill him? I thought about it for a moment but didn't respond. We are here, Luna Queen, Tanner stated as we pulled into the driveway of Liam's pack house. It was huge, a cabin-style property. It gave a homey vibe. He was waiting on the front steps, a big smile on his face. A maid rushed over to gather my belongings as I exited the car. Thank you, I said, making her jump. Why are they afraid? Gemma asked, concerned. I only simply smiled in response but felt off on the inside. Welcome to your new home, my love, Liam hollered out as he grabbed me in his arms and kissed my head. How was the trip? A bit queasy, Tanner stated before me. I take it that you saw my warning signs? More like torture signs, Tanner said as he unloaded some bags, which made Liam bite his bottom lip. I like to think of them as trespassers, those who don't belong on land that is not their homes. Liam stated bluntly. Is that a threat, Alpha? Tanner replied, challengingly. No, you were invited as a guest. Wasn't he Liam? I spoke, hoping not to stir any unnecessary issues. Of course, mi casa es su casa, Liam said. However, his eyes gave me a feeling of otherwise. I needed to get Tanner out of here as soon as possible. I don't trust him. Gemma sounded off in my head. You've said that already, and I will say it again. Show me my room, I asked, taking Liam's arm in my own. This way, milady, he said, leading me into the house. Tanner followed closely behind. It's breathtaking, I said as we walked down the beautifully decorated halls. My first mate decorated. I just couldn't bear to change it. But if you want to change it, of course it will be yours to do so, he said, making the maid next to me look over at him with a scrunched face before darting her face the other way before he noticed. That was odd. Oh, I wouldn't dare. What she did was more than I could ever do. I don't have a creative bone in my body, I replied honestly. I just don't want you to get upset that she made her mark, he said as we got to a door. I could never feel that way. This was her home once. I have other things to attend to. The maid here can help with your needs. Feel free to change whatever you like. It is beautiful the way it is, I stated. Geez, if she were still here, she would adore you, Liam said, as he kissed my head and departed. But she is, I heard the maid murmur, thinking it was too low for anyone to hear. I am Tegan. What is your name? I asked, ignoring her comment, stretching my hand out. She cowered in response. She won't hurt you, girl. What's your name? Tanner stated, confused. I am addressed as Maid, Luna. But that is not your given name, right? Her eyes were darting all over, refusing to make contact with my own. Right? I repeated. No, Luna. So, what name did your mother give you? I asked. Tally. Well, Tally, I am Tegan. It is nice to meet you. I wished we could say the same. I heard, making me confused. I'm sorry? It is an honor to serve you, Luna, she said, her eyes never leaving the ground. She is a beauty, too nice of a girl to be here. She should never have come. Lily made the same mistake. She was nice-natured like her, and now she has wilted away suffering. I heard again. Who is Lily? I asked Tally, confused at her back-and-forth statements. Her eyes looked shocked. I didn't say that, Luna, she said with fear in her eyes. I looked over at Tanner, his face just as confused. She did not say the name Luna Queen. But someone said, "Never mind. Thank you, Tally. Tanner and I can take it from here," I said, dismissing the timid girl. She bowed before taking her leave. "Luna Queen, are you all right?" "I am not sure, Tanner. This place, it feels creepy," Tanner said, finishing my sentence. I need to get you out of here," I said, looking back at him. "I don't feel comfortable leaving you here." "Tanner, I need you to do something very important for me. In order for you to do this, I must stay here, and you must go to the kingdom." "What is it?" "Not here. I will tell you when I escort you off the land. Understand?" He shook his head in response as he walked toward the door. At least the girl isn't as dumb as the last. Lily was pretty, but she wasn't very smart. Another voice spoke. I whipped around to look for the voice, but nobody was there. I'm either losing my mind or somebody is here that only I can hear. But if that is true, then that means we have another gift, one the goddess didn't mention, Gemma said. "What is it?" "The gift of spirit," Gemma replied. "Spirit? I see dead people," she replied, laughing. Tegan's POV. Once I got Tanner safely out of Liam's packlands, I felt relief wash over me. I had him now going to go do a special mission for me. I wish we could have left with him. This doesn't feel right being here. I think this is exactly where we are needed. Once back at the pack house, I entered to hear more whispers. I liked being able to hear. I didn't realize the benefit of hearing until Celeste gave me the gift. I don't think those who can hear realize how beneficial it is. They definitely don't cherish it like they should, that's for sure. I started walking around aimlessly, not really lost, more like snooping, getting a feel of the home. I needed to know the place in and out for my own benefit. "My love, where are you going?" I heard Liam's voice call out. I let go of a door handle and whipped around. "Sorry, I just returned from escorting Tanner out. I must have gotten lost. I cannot seem to find my room," I replied, lying. "And where is your maid? She was told to be with you at all times, so you don't wander somewhere off limits." I dismissed her. "I'm sorry, my love. I didn't realize there were off-limit rooms." I spoke. "This entire wing is off-limits. It was my fault for rushing off before telling you. Follow me. I will escort you back to your room." I walked toward him, turning back to look at the east wing of the pack house. I needed to look into this wing further, without getting caught, that is. We finally entered the wing my room was on. "Here we are," he said, smiling. "Thank you," I replied, going into my room. He closed the door, leaving me inside. I stood there staring at it, confused by his behavior. Not even a moment had gone by when I heard screaming in the hallway. "You were to remain at her side 24 hours a day. How dare you disobey?" The voice of Liam echoed before the sound of a smack bounced off the walls, followed by a whimper. Poor girl, I wish she had never been taken in. I heard one of the voices before. I decided to ignore the voice and open the door. Liam hovered over the girl's shaking body as she laid flat on the ground, whimpering. "Is there a problem?" I asked, looking between them. "Not at all, my love. The poor girl lost her balance and fell. I was simply helping her up," he replied, before grabbing her arm, forcing her frail body to her feet. "Be careful what you do next time, girl. You could get hurt. I knew it was meant as a threat." "Yes, Master Alpha," she replied before sulking away. "Master, what kind of shit is that?" "Are you okay?" I asked when she got to me, a red handprint clearly across her face. "She is fine. She simply lost her balance. Klutzy thing," Liam responded. "I advise the next time you lay a hand on an innocent person that it be on someone that can defend themselves," I said before closing the door. "You should not have done that. Master Alpha does not appreciate those talking back to him. I am his equal. Luna Lily wasn't. Lily, that was the name of his first mate. I should not have said that, and Tally, I won't hurt you. Please, I need you to talk to me. It is the only way I can help you. Help all of you. The girl is smart and brave. Maybe she will after all. I may sound crazy, but give me just a moment before you judge me, okay? I said, making Tally's face scrunch up confused. Who is here? I can hear you talking. Show yourself? I hollered at the voice that kept putting their input in. Surely she isn't talking to us, the other voice stated. Yes, I am talking to you. Who are you and why won't you show yourself? Luna, are you okay? Tally asked, confused. 1 minute, Tally, I have to figure out who is talking. But nobody is here other than us. Nobody you can hear or see, but somebody is here, I said flatly. I think she is talking to us. Yes, you. Show yourself. Use your powers, Tegan. Make them, Gemma said. I took a deep breath before moving my 2 fingers around in a circle. The air around begins to circulate like a tornado. How are you doing that? Tally asked, scared. I continued to swirl the air around me until dust flew upward, giving the ghostly figures a shape. There you both are. Who are you? I asked the 2 figures that now stood in front of us, making Tally gasp. Very talented. The woman said with a smile. She will be perfect. The man next to her then said next. I can hear you, so how about, instead of commenting to one another, you speak to me? Very well, I am Alpha, Leonard, and Luna Willow. Tally then said. Can you hear them? I asked Tally, only for her to shake her head no in response. I only saw them for a moment when the dust hit them. They are no longer there, though. I didn't know that ghost existed, she said, looking at the place they still stood. Poor girl cannot see or hear us. Only you can. You did give her a little show with the dust, though, the man stated. Are you Liam's parents? I asked as sadness washed over them. Sadly, the man said, his wife now sobbing next to him. The boy is a lost cause. Everything he touches turns to destruction. They're still here, Tally asked next to me. I only shook my head yes in response. How come you're the only one that can see us? The woman I now know as Willow finally spoke. I am gifted, I responded. Sent to save my pack, I hope, Leonard stated. Sent to save the realm, I corrected. From my Liam? Willow asked next. I'm not sure, maybe. What do you know? I asked. That the boy is troubled. Leonard spoke next. He is just misguided, Len, Willow said defensively. He had a good upbringing. He got a taste of that black magic. That is what ruined his soul, Leonard screamed. Witches? I asked. Not just any witch. Helga Arthron. I know another by that last name. There are only 3. Arlo, Helga, and his bastard half-breed child, Helena, I said, finishing his sentence. How do you know Helena? She's been dead for centuries. Helga destroyed her. She was my caregiver, I stated. Helena was a half-breed, a disgrace to their legacy. Helga despised her. You sure know a lot about Helga. Of course. She was the one who had my son rip my heart out with his own bare hands, Leonard said angrily. He failed to mention he was the one who murdered his parents in cold blood. Tegan's POV. Tally sat there confused. To be fair, if anyone else saw me now, without the proof that Tally had, they would assume I was talking to myself, or maybe to thin air. But at least she saw their figures. Even if it were brief, she knew they were there. I wasn't just some lunatic talking to myself. I can take you to his office, where he has spent a lot of time, Leonard finally said. We have to be discreet. If we are caught, I may not be able to use the lost card again, I said, agreeing to go. Follow me, the ghost said as he disappeared through the wall. Tally, you can stay here. If you are caught with me, I'd hate for him to punish you, I said, addressing Tally next. If I am caught without you, I will be punished either way, she replied with her head held down. It is your choice. Come or stay. I will not make the decision for you, but just know what I'm about to do may not be safe. I then turned to leave, opening the door, looking both ways to ensure the coast was clear before inching out into the hallway to find where Leonard and Willow had gone. I aimlessly walked around until a head popped out of the wall, nearly causing me to have a heart attack. A small screech managed to leave my mouth before I clapped my hand over it. "Quiet now. We are in forbidden corridors. Come now, this way," he said before his head popped back into the wall. Damn ghost, I don't have the ability to walk through walls, so I went further down until a door finally came into sight, twisting the knob slowly to ensure no sound was made. Once I was in the room, I closed the door behind me gently. "There you are, girl. What took so long? We don't have much time." "Unlike you, I cannot walk through walls," I said as I made my way over to the desk. "I will keep watch then," Leonard said, disappearing once again. I began to look around the desk. Various documents were scattered on it between rogue sightings, trials, and new members, but nothing that would lead me to think he was planning some vicious war. "It won't be in plain sight, obviously. Look in the file cabinets. Something not so out in the open," Willow said, as I got to the bottom of the stack of papers on his desk. "Really, now she tells us. Wasted time." Gemma huffed sarcastically in my head. I decided now was not the time to dive into a conversation. I had to keep searching. His parents were dead set on him having plans. What plans, they weren't so sure, since he was so discreet, even in his own home. But they knew it wasn't good, so if I wanted to help anyone, I had to find his and Helga's plans. I started looking in the cabinets, but nothing but pack finances were in each cabinet. An hour passed before Leonard popped his head back in. "Incoming! Hide somewhere, fast!" he hollered. I quickly went into his closet, which may not have been the best idea, since the doors were the folding shutter kind. Luckily, it was hard to see in, but easy to see out. I just hope he doesn't need to get in here. There was no way to hide myself. A moment later, the office door opens and the sounds of giggles reach my ears. I inched closer to see who it was, and to my surprise, Liam was walking towards his desk with none other than Lydia. Ezra had suspected Lydia and her father, Kirk, were up to something, but he never did get any answers before they were dismissed by the elders. He sent scouts out, but to much dismay, there had been no updates. At least, there wasn't when I was still residing within the palace. Were they working together? "I want to fuck you on this chair while you tell me about all the things you plan to do to that red-headed dimwit." Lydia spoke, pushing Liam into his office chair. She inched down, unclasping Liam's belt. My heart was beating rapidly in my chest. "Goddess, it even smells like her here already. I hate that smell," she said as she took Liam's cock into her hands, stroking it up and down. "Sorry, love. I had to get close to her to get her to trust me." "You didn't fuck her though, right? Stop asking me questions and suck my dick," he said as he forced her head down, making her take his cock fully into her mouth. My heart broke instantly. How had I been so dumb to let my guard down? He told me he wanted me at his side forever, and I allowed myself to believe him. I told myself to go slow. Look at me now, a fool. "You're only human. You wanted to believe his words," Gemma said sympathetically. "Don't watch this, Tegan. It won't get any better," Willow said with sorrowful eyes. I couldn't look away though. Liam then grabbed her by the hair, pulling her to her feet aggressively. He forced her body to turn around, bending her over his desk. They were now both facing my direction. She threw one leg onto the table as the other remained firm on the ground. In one swift movement, he jammed his cock into her, making her scream out. I closed my eyes and took a step back, not wanting to see what they were doing anymore. He was a liar and a cheater. What was worse, rejection or cheating. As I stepped back, the ground creaked as the floorboard beneath me moved. My heart felt as if it would jump out of my chest. "Did you hear that?" Liam asked. I quickly opened my eyes to see his body not moving, yet his fully erected member still remained inside of Lydia. "No, baby, don't stop. I'm almost there." Fuck me hard." Her tone was full of sultry. He began to rock his hips again before he started pounding into her relentlessly. Her screams erupted all across the room, so loud I could hardly hear myself think. I looked back at the floor, deciding to slowly bend down, pushing the end of the board, making the other side pop up. A secret compartment? Inside were multiple different documents, blueprints, guard schedules. It was all regarding the kingdom. Then another file was mixed among the rest. In that file was information regarding me. It even had information on my mom and Helena. They had been watching me for some time. However, what I read next made me gasp out. They knew my powers. The document also stated they needed something from me to take over the kingdom. My eyes continued to scan the document looking for the answer when the closet door opened, revealing Liam. Now, I really wish you hadn't seen that," he said, grabbing my arm forcefully. Ezra's POV. I had been working day in and day out to get the elders overruled. Uriah found a loophole that would allow me to choose who I wanted and dismantle the current elders. The only downfall was the elders' spots would have to be replaced. Unfortunately, there was no taking away the elders' positions, but I could choose new ones in their stead. I also had been ignoring Tegan's calls. As much as it pained me to do, I knew if I answered, she would say the words I wanted to ignore. There had to be a way for me to show Liam's true colours. I wouldn't give up that easily. I'd been sending her flowers and letters, along with many texts, none of which she had replied to. I even started a class like she had suggested for the kingdom to learn sign language, something she was passionate about. I had reached out to her father's pack, offering Helena, her caregiver, a lot of money to take up a position within my kingdom. Neither she nor her alpha could resist. I had to pay him to let her leave. She's been here teaching the courses since. I even took up classes in my downtime. I wanted to impress Tegan the next time she saw me. I was putting together documents when someone barged into the office unannounced. "How dare you enter without knocking?" I roared at the disrespect. In the doorway, however, stood Tanner. His eyes showed fear, something he rarely displayed. The man was a beast. He was my top warrior and most trusted member. If he was afraid, it had to be bad. "Tanner, what are you doing here?" I then said in a much softer tone, fear etching my heart. He would never come here unless he had no other option. This could only mean one of two things. "Alpha King, it's Tegan. She is in danger. I don't know if it's from more than one person or if they are one in the same." His statement made my heart fall to the pit of my stomach. If she is in danger, why are you here and not at her side? I asked the one question bugging me the most. She demanded that I return here. She said if something bigger was occurring there, then she had better luck with me here. How does that even make sense? What good are you here? Where is she? She made the decision to move onto Alpha Liam's territory. His words stopped my mind in its tracks. So, you couldn't follow her? No, Alpha, but I was permitted to escort her to their house. The pathway leading to his home was something medieval. What do you mean? I asked, confused at his behavior. He was so hesitant, his mind in La La Land. Alpha. He had men, women, and... He paused, closing his eyes before continuing. And children, their heads on spikes for miles down his property pathway. I hadn't been on his land. Any time we met, it was always elsewhere. Come to think of it, very few have entered his lands. And he let you see that. He took pride in them, Alpha. I rubbed my forehead, unsure how to handle the news. Tegan wanted to remain on his land after she saw such horrors? I asked, confused. She had such a big heart. There was no way that something like that didn't strike a nerve inside of her, make her realize who he really was. There is more, Tanner said, taking me out of my thoughts. When we got to her room, her maid was skittish. That doesn't mean much. Tegan was once timid too. and she was beaten and abused back in her homeland. But that is not all. Go on, I said, wanting to know all he knew. Tegan was hearing voices that weren't there. His statement confused me. So his lands have some form of spell for insanity? I am not sure, Alpha, but it was like something clicked in her head. She was determined to stay after that. Why did she go to begin with? Someone was watching her at the hotel. Someone managed to get into a room and leave a threatening note. But there was no sign of anyone entering. They never went through her door, were never caught on any camera on the property, and left no scent behind. Do you think it was him? I think he has more plans in store than we know. I think he has someone working with him, and they need Tegan. What for? Of that I am not sure. I need to get into their property. I need to check on her. I need to make sure she is okay, I said, as another person's shadow stood in the doorway. I can be of assistance, the voice said, her figure coming into view as the darkness revealed Helena. How long have you been there? Long enough to know my girl is in danger and I need to save her, she simply stated. His territory is guarded, Tanner then stated. In more ways than even you know. But I can help. I am your only hope now. Helena replied, looking between us. What makes you say that? I asked, confused. I didn't know Liam was the one she had been working with, not at first. I also didn't know Tegan was already caught up with Liam. I hadn't spoken to her since she left her father's home, but I've been keeping tabs on the others for a while now, trying to figure out what their moves are so they can be stopped. Who are they? I asked, still confused. My sister and Liam, she replied, making me even more confused. I am sorry, who is your sister? Tanner asked next. Helga Arthrun. She answered, making my face tighten up in realization. If she is your sister, then you're not just any wolf. You're the hybrid they always spoke of, the one Helga destroyed. Clearly, that was a lie. She did destroy something, just not me. I made sure to get out alive and I went to the pack that needed me, seeking a place to live. But really, I just needed to be in the pack she was targeting to figure out why. I knew she wanted Marcy Declan, so I made sure to get as close to her as possible. Marcy, the former Luna of the Red Blood Pack? Tegan's mother? I asked. That's the one. What did she want with her? She was a special wolf, much like Tegan is. She needed her powers, her spirit, and her unborn baby. For what? For the ritual. A scarification? I asked as her face turned sad and she simply nodded her head yes, making my heart fall to the pit of my stomach. Marcy gave birth and passed before she could take them. Therefore, she had to formulate a new plan, involving who I had been protecting until she was taken away. Tegan. And now your offspring, Alpha. Her words started echoing in my head. Ezra's POV. I couldn't wrap my brain around it. All I knew was Helena was telling the truth. My mate and pup were in danger. Marcy was pregnant with Tegan when I arrived at the pack. She knew her powers would be discovered and sought one day. She knew the safety of her pup was all she wanted. Marcy ensured I was to take care of Tegan when she was no longer there. Marcy knew she wouldn't make it. She said something about the birth of the next one of her kind could ultimately take her life. She said she felt the powers Tegan had inside. She asked me to do one thing when she was no longer on the earth side. She stopped talking to give me a chance to ask any questions. When I had none, she continued. She asked one thing of me, to hide her true ability. So you're the reason she had no wolf? No, that was pure coincidence. Her wolf was there. She just never surfaced when she was supposed to. I was instructed to hide her powers, so Helga would not seek her out. Without her powers, she would be useless to Helga. What powers? I never gave her the chance to get them. The abilities of a tribal wolf are endless. The main ones being the ability to manipulate earth, water, air, and fire. These gifts do not surface until the tribal wolf comes of age, that age being 13. I had been harboring her abilities since she was born, so none could sense there was power within her. Tribal wolves were legendary. I had never met one, I stated. You had. You just didn't know it. Once she was out of my care, the spell would have begun to slowly fade, allowing her true self to surface. I would say by now she has fully come to her powers, and they know it too. Why didn't you follow her and continue to harbor them? Alpha Drake forbids it. But you're part witch, I questioned. I am also part wolf, who still submits to her alpha. Your bloodline of being a child to the most feared warlock did not help. Unfortunately, not in this case. Once my wolf was part of a real pack, persuading her to leave was hard, even with my magic. What does your sister want with my mate? With black magic, the options are limitless with a tribal wolf, which is why they are so rare. Most of them tarnished when they were discovered, because the witch who sought them out needed their powers to benefit them in some way. And what will benefit not only Helga, but also Liam, I asked, concerned. Power. It sounds like Helga is already powerful. How will this benefit her? There is always more power to be given if you find a demon that wants something. What does this demon want? He wanted a tribal wolf's blood, but not just any tribal wolf, a pregnant one. At the time, Marcy was the only tribal wolf Helga found. Now there is Tegan, but I assume there is more to this arrangement now that they have gotten the pregnant tribal wolf needed. Because with this particular tribal wolf, they managed to get one pregnant with the next heir to the werewolf throne. How does that make a difference? They have a way to seek the power they want, but this also allows them to take over the kingdom to be the most powerful beings known. Once they give the demon lord what he wants, what they can do will be limitless. And what does he want? The Dark Arts book states, Tribus immola lupum, sanguinem omnem haret, infans presidet abutero, oblationem decemoni exhibens domino, accepto oblatio, quod petus est quod excipius, which means sacrifice a tribal wolf, draining them of all their blood. Cut the unborn baby from the womb, presenting it as an offering to the demon lord. When the offering has been received, what you seek is what you shall receive. The blood ran cold in my veins. They wanted to sacrifice my mate and offer my unborn child to the demon lords. And what is it that they seek that would lead them to do such a horrendous action? Tanner asked next. I wanted to talk, but the information had me speechless. I wanted to scream, cry, beg for mercy, anything. They didn't deserve this. I would take their place if I could. But I wasn't part of this deal. I was nearly useless. That is what I cannot figure out. I assume Liam's goal is to overthrow the kingdom, rule the werewolves as such, but I'm not sure how that would benefit Helga. This was not her original plan. She had other intentions, but with circumstances changing, the unpredictable acts of birth. She had to find a new tribal wolf, to which I am not sure how Liam fits into this plan or what she is wanting from the demon lord herself. But this plan has been in the making for a long time. So what do we need to do? I was finally able to ask. We need a plan. First, we need to get into their pack undetected, find Tegan and get her safe. Next, we need to take down Liam, all who follow his command, and then next, my sister. Shouldn't we take down your sister first? She wouldn't save Liam or care about whether he lives or dies. However, he will save her because he needs her to summon the demon lord. It may be easier if we take them down individually, the weakest link first. Liam has others following him, not just his pack. We may have a better chance at secluding him if we strike those individuals first. I have no idea who is working for him. I knew he was bad news, but I never knew he was capable of such actions, so a close eye was never kept on him. Which is what he wanted. He didn't need the attention on him when he was formulating to take over. Not many leaders do. They have others working for them. Kirk. I said as the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. Alpha Kirk and his daughter Lydia had been giving me potions to persuade me. I tried getting information out of him, but it was all a dead end. He could have been formulating a side plan if the one he and Helga were undergoing didn't work out. Then Tegan arrived, and a new one presented itself. Here I thought he was eyeing her because he wanted her for himself. By the time you both were to be married, her powers were starting to come forth. Surely Helga sensed this. She may have had him checking her out for their benefit. I pushed her into his arms. Exactly what he wanted. Alpha, Elder Jackson, Tanner said beside me. He was the one to free Kirk, made me reject Tegan and send her to that hotel. Everything started to make more sense. He had to be in on it. Tegan's POV. I was being held captive, something I had not anticipated encountering while coming to stay here, especially the first week of being here. I should have gotten there faster, Leonard said as Liam pulled out a pair of cuffs. This bitch is always wanting what is mine, Lydia roared. Last I checked, I was sought out not once, but both times. Looks like you're the one unable to hold a man on your own, I spat out as disrespectfully as I could. Lydia walked over to me, smacking me across the face so hard that my head turned in the same direction of her hand. Little bitch. Once I am ruling alongside the most powerful wolf in the realm, you'll think twice about opening that hatful mouth of yours. I should rip your tongue out right here, right now. No harm will come her way with spillage of blood. We need it all, Liam said, making my skin crawl. What on earth would they need my blood for? Right, she won't even be here to see me reign, Lydia said next with a laugh. Whatever they had planned for me did not include me living to see it through. These right here won't allow you to access those neat little powers you have, he said as he shackled my arms using a key to ensure they couldn't come off. What powers? I asked while spitting out with the blood from the impact of the slap. Ah, come on, love. Don't act like you've been so discreet. All those early morning sessions out in the forest. We were watching you all this time. You were so focused on yourself, you had no idea of your surroundings. All those festering powers, even more than your mama. Don't you dare call me that. You don't know anything, I raged. Oh, you don't like it, love. His voice made my blood boil. How had I been so blind to overlook this flaw? Doesn't matter. You came running to me in the end. I didn't even have to push. Not hard, at least. Are you even my mate? As unfortunate as it sounds, that part wasn't a lie. I am, however, glad you didn't accept the rejection from the idiot king. Would hate to go through another awful rejection. You didn't say anything about a rejection. I obviously said a lot of things that were not true, but don't worry, you'll see her soon, he said as he pushed me forward. We had walked a distance before coming to a stone building, torches lighting its way. He escorted me down the stairs. The smell of decompensation, urination, and possibly even shit filled my nostrils, making me gag. That is a smell you will come to get well acquainted with, so no worries. It will fade into a normal scent in no time, he said as he pulled me down the sticky hallway. Everything was dark other than what his torch lit up. I couldn't see a thing. I could hear groans and cries of those who were down here the more we walked. They were suffering. Why are you doing this? What do you want with me? You must have not made it to that stack of papers, did you? Nothing to worry about. You will soon know exactly what your role in this is. I don't even know what this is, I screamed, wanting any form of answers, making him laugh the most vicious laugh I had ever heard. You will soon, he said as he unlocked the gate and threw me in. Sleep tight, love. I will see you soon, he said, locking the door, leaving me cuffed. Are you not going to remove the cuffs? And allow you the chance to use your magic? Absolutely not. The light from his torch slowly faded into nothing as he disappeared down the hall. The kicks of my baby brought me comfort. I didn't want to find the gender out, but now, thinking about it, I should have. I should have taken the opportunity to see its little face on the screen again, to hear its heart beating again. All the things I'd taken for granted. I now had no chance to do again, not while being held in these dungeons as a hostage. I still was clueless to what they planned on doing and how I fit into their evil plans. I knew one thing for sure. His target was the kingdom. I sat in silence. I'm not sure how long, until a soft whisper echoed from one cell to my own. "Is someone there?" the soft voice asked. I wasn't sure if it was a ghost or a person, not knowing the difference yet. Either way, the voice made me feel less alone. "Yes, my name is Tegan Hendricks. Who are you?" "Lily Hester. Liam told me that you were dead." "I wished I was. Would be better than the life I live," she said as a soft sob left her mouth. "Why are you down here? What happened to you?" "Liam happened." "What did he do to you?" I asked. "He courted me for a while. He was a real gentleman. Then he asked my father for my hand. We were married that week. At first, everything was amazing. Everything a wolf dreamed of it being with their fated mate. I was treated like a real-life princess. He always told me he'd make me a queen. I just didn't think he meant it literally. I walked in on him and some random lady discussing the next step to taking over. When I asked what they were doing, he slapped me across the face for entering without knocking. That was the first hit of many. He soon would force himself on me, even when I begged him to stop. When I finally had the courage to tell my daddy. Liam was furious. He attacked my pack, killing everyone in sight, and burned it to the ground, with that witch at his side. He said nobody could know his plans. He then forced me to watch as he killed my parents, then displayed their heads on his own land. He forced me to visit every day to remind me of those who betrayed him. Wanted to remind me that my head could be up there if I wasn't a good girl. One day, I had enough, and I tried to take my own life. But that wouldn't do. He made sure I was healed before he rejected me for being too weak. I thought it was finally over. I welcomed death. But instead, he locked me down here. He assaulted me again, then chained me to the wall. He still comes down here to force himself on me, then beats me for not screaming his name in pleasure. I wouldn't wish this life on a soul. I am trapped forever," she said as more sobs came out. Each word broke my heart even more. How was I so blind? Being around tormentors my entire life, I should have sensed his evil heart. Ezra's POV. "We planned a week. I couldn't go in blindly. This was a plan that Helga and Liam had spent years formulating. No last-minute ideas would do. I prayed that in the time Tegan was in his possession, she was safe and hopefully she would not do anything rash. Helena said that they wouldn't do the ritual until the next blood moon, which gave us plenty of time to get a good plan going. The blood moon was still 2 weeks away, which gave me enough time to take down my local targets before rescuing my mate from our major target. All that mattered was their safety, nothing else. I would kill Liam where he stood for thinking he could harm my mate and child. "Okay, are we ready?" Tanner asked impatiently. Our first target was the most obvious, Elder Jackson. He seemed like the easiest target of them all, one I could break with ease. "Go and tell him that I was questioning, let's say Kirk again in the dungeons, and see if he comes. And if he doesn't, then give him this," Helena said, taking out a small pouch of dust she had mixed up. "Do not inhale the particles. Simply sprinkle some in his face and he will instantly fall asleep. It is very powerful, so use with caution," she said as she handed over the bag to Tanner. After Tanner disappeared, I began to look in the King archives of all of the Packlands. I pulled out the blueprints for the Twisted Oak pack, Liam's pack, as well as the blueprints for the Silverline pack, Kirk's pack. I was carefully looking them over as I'd done many times before. If we wanted to do this discreetly, we had to do it quickly, which means one pack needs to be taken down, then immediately the next, so it does not become known. "Let's hope they are the only 2 packs working together," Helena said as she looked over Silverline blueprints. "Let's also hope this is up to date enough to maneuver around the Packlands," I replied. "It wouldn't surprise me if Alpha Liam updated his pack unknowingly in case his plans backfired," Uriah said. He was right. There were so many grey areas to the plan we came up with, but it was the best plan we could get in such a short time. Uriah had been with us every step of the way. He was the one who came up with the plan we all finally agreed on. Alpha, he wouldn't come. Said he had some matters to attend to first, so I powdered his ass. Tanner's sudden mind link came through. "Meet us in the dungeons," I replied back. "He's hoisted over my shoulder and we're heading that way." "Perfect," I said before cutting the link. "Let's get some insight from our kingdom elder." I said out loud to Helena and Uriah. We headed straight to the dungeons, meeting Tanner at the entryway. Once we have the answers needed, we will take them down accordingly. "Take his phone from his pocket, then chain him to the table," I said to Tanner as he sat him in the chair. Jackson's head falling, hitting the table hard. He was still knocked out from the dust. Tanner then handed over the phone as he got him in the silver chains. I could hear the sound of skin sizzling as the elder's wrist started to slightly burn from the silver touching him. A werewolf's weaknesses were silver and wolfsbane. Wolfbane was harder to find due to wolves burning it all over the years when they came into contact with any. However, I had a garden that specifically grew wolfbane alone. I am sure I wasn't the only one to do this. Those who did kept their stash a secret to use as a weapon. I began to scroll through messages carefully. Their names weren't saved under an alias. For an elder, he wasn't very smart. The plan is in action. The girl is on her way to the hotel now. Elder Jackson sent to Kirk, however, received no response. I went over to Liam's name next, and the same message was sent to him. However, Liam did respond. "You will receive your pension for the help you have given. Inform me of any strange activity with that king of yours." "He is no king of mine. You will be a better king than he ever could dream of. He is acting out. Something isn't right here. His contract and weak bond should not make him act this way. Thank you for the information. You are a good informative and elder." That was all that was sent via text. There were some calls made after, but my guess was to probably update Liam about me. Liam had insiders I would have never suspected. Elder Jackson was supposed to serve the throne, and the throne alone. He took an oath, but apparently oaths mean nothing to him. He sure acted like they did. Nothing in his phone, however, leads me to believe he actually had a role in this grand plan. As I laid his phone on the table, his eyes began to flutter open. "Ah, Elder Jackson, rise and shine," I said, making him jump, looking at me in surprise. "What is the meaning of this? You cannot do this to an elder." According to Section 5 of Article 4 in the Book of Elders, the king shall deal with treason how he sees fit, Uriah said, slamming down the Book of Elders in front of Jackson. "Treason! You speak nonsense. I am loyal to the throne." "Are you?" I asked, sliding his phone part way over with Liam's messages on display. "That is an invasion of privacy," he roared out. "So is watching me fuck, but you didn't mind doing that," I said as I pulled his phone back to me. "How about we send a little message to the wannabe king, Draft me something worthwhile," I said, handing over the phone to Uriah. "While he does that, meet my friend Helena. She has a special way of getting to the truth," I then said as Helena stepped forward, making his eyes bulge. You're supposed to be dead." "So are you for the crimes you've committed, yet you're talking," she replied as she blew truth dust in his face. "So let's begin. What do you know of the plan involving Tegan?" she asked. "I know she is special, a wolf they want. Although I am not sure what good she is without a wolf. I only had one role. Get her there. I will be rewarded big." I had a feeling he was useless. "Kill him," I said as Tanner stepped forward. "Please, spare my life. I have more information. I know he will do this before the expected date." He screamed. "When?" "In 1 week's time." "Why do it early?" "I don't know." "Wonderful, thanks," I replied, nodding to Tanner. Ezra's POV. Once Elder Jackson was dealt with, we proceeded with the plan. "We have 1 week to get this done," Uriah stated, "which means we will attack Kirk tonight and go straight to Liam next. We cannot take the word of Jackson. He was useless. He didn't even know what they were planning, which means his timeline could be wrong. I stated, "But at least we got one important piece of information out of the old man. Liam plans to cut Helga out of the plan." She won't take kindly to that news. Helena stated next, "We left the dungeon. I instructed a guard on what to do with Jackson's body. I gathered up some troops as well as Cass, our royal witch. Cass was good, but Helena was better, which is why she helped with Jackson and not Cass. She was beyond powerful, even born as a half-bred. She knew magic beyond anything I've seen Cass do. The more magical beings we had on our side, the better. We still didn't know Helga's plans, nor if she had anyone from her own coven or any other dark arts witches on her side. If anything, Helga likes to act alone. It's her greedy nature. Liam was just a pawn to her game of chess. Any other witch in or out of the coven would know better than to work with her." Helena continued to explain as we walked to the grounds where the others were instructed to wait for us. "If all goes as planned, we will have mate back soon," Kingston cooed in my head. "Let's just hope she is in a forgiving mood," I replied. I couldn't wait for her to come home and see all I've been working on for her. She was still legally my wife. There was the rejection, but without the acceptance it wasn't completed. Therefore, all I had to do was remark her, and our bond would be re-established. I didn't expect it to all happen overnight, but I was hoping now that Liam isn't in her ear to accept my rejection, then we could rebuild what I destroyed. As we got to the grounds, I had multiple guards ready to go. I selected 20 warriors that I knew would benefit our team. The rest will remain here to protect the kingdom while we go on our rescue mission. Nighttime was nearing, which meant we had limited time to get in and out undetected. Our pack zeroed in on the target, the witches blocking our scent to help from being detected. As we entered the pack, his guards were dusted with the sleep dust. I didn't want any harm coming to the guards. They are only doing their duties. My real target was Kirk and his bitch of a daughter Lydia. The outside was quiet, almost too quiet, which was a good thing, but then again made me question what was going on. It was nightfall, but even then, our favourite time for runs is under the moonlight, so with nobody in sight, made me wonder what was going on. I made my way to the pack house where I knew Kirk resided. I had been here countless times over the last few years. I knew this pack like I knew my own. Upon entering, I could hear the hollers of women as they begged for mercy. "You were out past curfew. What do we do to those who do not follow my commands?" I could hear coming from the voice I'd come to hate. "Please, Alpha, I just needed to get groceries. My shift ran later than normal and we had nothing at home. My kids will go hungry," the woman pleaded. "That is not my problem. The rules are set and what I say goes, so I will ask again. What happens to those that deliberately disobey my commands?" he roared. "Alpha, I just—" The woman pleaded before a smack sounded out, followed by a whimper. "You get a beating and whatever else I may want. Now take your pants off," he screamed, making my blood boil. "Please, Alpha, my mate just passed away on a mission you ordered. I am doing this all alone and I am still adjusting. Please, it won't happen again. Please don't do this." The girl begged as the sounds of a buckle shaking was heard. "Do as you are told. You won't disobey my orders again. Pull them down. Now." What kind of Alpha ruled like this? He needed to be stopped. He will be stopped. "The kind that needs to be put down," Kingston yelled in my head. I looked around at the others listening to the same thing. Uriah's eyes flashing with hatred, however, waiting for a command on the next move. "We will storm in. I don't detect anyone other than Kirk and the young lady. Tanner, you get the girl out safely. Uriah and I will handle the prick. Lamar, you will come with us, bringing what you have. Everyone else stands guard outside the office and outside of the pack house as planned. Watch for any sign of an attack or something unusual. Understand?" My mind linked to my members that had come with me. "Got it," I heard from multiple people. I stuck my pointer finger upward, then down at the office door, signaling the 3 who I instructed to come with to follow my lead. I kicked the door in as he began to pull his pants down. the girl's face full of both terror and relief. Tanner rushed in, grabbing her, reassuring her that she was okay and that we were here to save her. "What is the meaning of this? I did not authorize you to be on my land. I am the king. This is my land," I roared. "I was found innocent. You cannot do anything to me. Elder Jackson will have your crown for this," Kirk screamed. I stuck my finger in the air above my shoulder, signaling Lamar to step forward. "Drop it at his feet," I told him in mind link. A thud sounded out as Lamar dropped the corpse of Elder Jackson at Kirk's feet, as I had instructed him on doing. "Nobody, and I mean nobody, will have my crown." I screamed, my eyes reflecting Kingston as he pushed forward. Kirk quickly moved to his desk as he hit a button. Uriah stormed him, pinning him by his neck, his feet dangling off the ground. "Any last words, you coward?" Uriah spat out. "You're too late. They already know," Kirk screamed out. I looked over to the desk. The panic button he pushed must have immediately alerted them. "Kill him! We have to move quickly!" I yelled out. "My pleasure," Uriah responded as his claw extended. Slicing Kirk's neck open, blood gushed out before he let him go, his body hitting the floor with a thud. "Lamar, remain back until I return. Kill the baiter if he gives you any issues. Everyone else, let's move on." I mind-linked as we all rushed out. Tegan's POV. Days had become nights, which then became weeks. I lost count of how much time had passed since being put in this dump. It could have been 1 week, or it could have been several. Either way, I was itching to be free, to feel the sun beat down on my skin again. "Lily, how long have you been down here?" I asked. "I don't know. I lost track after a year." Her response made my eyes bulge. "Over a year? I miss the sun. I miss the wind blowing through my hair. I miss my wolf," she said as her voice cracked. "Your wolf is gone." After a while, she faded to the back of my mind, depressed. Then one day, she didn't respond. Since then, all I feel is emptiness. I'm not sure if a wolf can die inside your mind, but that's what it feels like. Like half of me is dead. My wolf wasn't there for a long time either, until one day I broke and she stepped forward to mend my broken pieces. I'm past the point of being broken. I have nobody, no family, no mate, no wolf. I'm alone in this cruel world. Every day I go to bed wishing I wouldn't wake up. Her words shattered my already broken heart. "I'm going to get you out of here, I promise." "That's nice of you to think. But you're stuck like me. At least we are stuck together and have each other." I wished I could reach over and hug her. I didn't even know what she looked like. Not that it mattered. At least I could hear. If I couldn't, we would still both be alone. "You still have me, and a nugget." Gemma responded to my thoughts. "But for how long?" I replied back as a light started making its way down the hallway. "Oh, goddess, he is coming," Lily said, her voice laced with panic. A moment later, the torch lit up my cell as the chains rustled around. Before I knew it, my shackles were being uncuffed from the wall. I wasn't planning on doing this so soon, but fuck it. I'm running out of time, it appears. The sound of Liam's voice said, as he yanked me forward. "Leave her alone, you big bully. Take me. Kill me, not her." I could hear Lily screaming. "Your blood is useless to me. It is her I need. Don't worry, I'll be back for you soon," he replied. The sound of a mouth spitting echoed around. "You nasty bitch. If I wasn't in a rush, you'd pay for that. Not to worry. You'll get yours later," Liam roared as he pulled my chains forward, burning them deeper into my flesh. When we exited the dungeons, the moon was set high in the sky. The fresh air hit my face, making me sigh in relief. I looked down, seeing my stomach for the first time in at least a week. It had already doubled in size. I couldn't recall how far along I was. Everything seemed to run together in my mind. If I had to guess, I'd say I had about 3, maybe even 2 weeks left before I would meet my little nugget. Liam yanked my arm, urging me forward, taking me elsewhere. A stone-structured altar came into view, torches all around the stone bed. Next to it was a dagger and a basket. "What is this?" I asked as we got closer. The stone bed had engravings that ran all around it, each leading to a spout at the end, which would drain into the barrels below. "Get up there," he said, pushing me toward the structure. "Why?" "Because I am the one in charge, and I said to get up there." He screamed as he shoved me hard into the stone, making my stomach hit it. Pain rippled through my body. "I thought you loved me," I yelled as he grabbed my arms, hoisting me onto the platform. "I love what brings me wealth and power. So ideally, I do love you in a way, just not the way you want. I love what you have to offer." "I have nothing." "But that is where you are wrong, love. You are the only one who has what he wants." "Who?" "The demon lord, of course," he said as he shackled my ankles to the altar before connecting a chain to my cuffs. Having powers did nothing for me, not when the handcuffs prevented me from using them. "Black arts magic? Why, Liam?" "He offered me more than I ever could dream of. Now shut up," he screamed as he grabbed the dagger. He lifted it up in the sky as he looked above, screaming words in another language. "Invoco ad oblationem accipendum, lupo tribalis intercedi, utrum tuum, praesentens heras lupo throno, sicut tus postulavit. Exaudi demonem laus meam, concede volo sacra tuum." He then repeated himself in English, making my blood run cold. "I call upon thee to accept my offering. I cut into thy womb of a tribal wolf, presenting the heir to the werewolf throne, as thou hast requested. Demon Lord, hear my praise. Grant me thy wish upon thy sacrifice, and accept my humble offer of the newborn Alpha King." He moved the dagger as the sky turned a shade darker. "Please, Liam, don't," I begged. He raised the dagger again before jamming it down into my flesh. All I could do was scream as blood began to pour out from my stomach. He slit from one end of my stomach to the other. After a moment, the pain became numb as everything around began to become blurry. "You fool!" I heard a scream of a woman next to me as the wails of my premature newborn sounded out all around me. "Auntie, how dare you try to take what was mine?" She screamed out again as everything started to spin faster. I was losing blood fast. Soon I would be dead. The crying of my child continued as the sounds of fighting were all around me. "Oh, our baby!" Gemma screamed in my head. She was still unable to heal us due to the chains. "Useless mutt, you ruined the ritual. Now it is pointless." The voice screamed out again. I was in and out of consciousness when more voices arrived. "Unhand him! He dies at my hands!" a male voice screamed. "Ezra, is that you?" "Maybe worry about your dying mate and premature child in the basket," the woman's voice said before I felt warm hands touching my body. Then the cuffs were ripped off. "I am here, baby. It's going to be okay. You're going to be okay," his reassuring voice said. "T, the baby." I managed to get out. "He is safe. You are safe. I won't let anything else happen to either of you." He, my precious baby, is a boy. My son. He was safe. That was all that mattered. Just hold on for me. Just a little longer. Please, Tegan. His voice begged before the darkness welcomed me. Ezra's POV. When we arrived at Liam's Packlands, I knew we were too late. A faint smell of vanilla and roses with a hint of pumpkin spice. But that was not all. There was also another smell, copper. Kingston roared in my head at the smell of blood. My team and I rushed toward the back where you could hear screaming. When I got there, the scene was horrid. My perfect, beautiful mate laid there with her bright red hair stuck to her face as she bled out, her eyes glistening over. My heart is shattering in my chest. I wanted his head on a stake. I wanted to feel his pulse weaken, his eyes staring deep into my own as he struggled to breathe. I wanted with everything in me to see the fear in his eyes as he died at my hands for what he had done to my family. Everything around me seemed to fade as my eyes zeroed in on my target. A woman with long raven hair and dark skin held him by his throat in the air as she screamed random, incoherent words. His feet dangled as he struggled against her stronghold. I demanded she let him go. I wanted to be the one to kill him. I wanted the satisfaction of him dying in my hands. But she didn't release him. She only spoke words that broke right through my rage. Maybe worry about your dying mate and premature child in the basket. My heart ached in my chest as I looked back over at my mate. But that was when I saw it. Her chest rose and fell. She wasn't dead. "Get mate to doctor now," Kingston roared. "Get my child. I will get my mate. They are the priority. Liam will be dealt with once they are safe." I mind-linked to Uriah, who went straight for the basket that contained the wailing cries of a newborn baby. Liam was the last thing on my mind as I rushed over to my mate. I had to save her. She couldn't die. I begged her to hold on just a little longer as I ripped the chains from her wrists and legs. My skin sizzled at the contact of silver. But that didn't stop me. I scooped her frail body up in my arms. Her skin was already fading into a lighter color than it already was. "Is the baby okay?" I mind-linked Uriah. "He is alive, but he doesn't look good. He seems to be struggling to breathe." "It's a boy. I have a son." I begged Tegan to hold on just a little longer. She had to fight. If not for me, then for our son. "We need to work fast. They are both in extreme danger with very little time remaining," Helena screamed as she appeared next to me. "Let's get both of them to the pack doctor here on these lands. We won't have the time to travel to the kingdom. I want 4 guards outside the hospital doors. If anyone refuses to listen when told to stay back, you know what to do. Uriah, give Helena my son. I need you to handle Liam if she doesn't. If she tries anything, mind link immediately," I said to the group as we all darted off to get what needed to be done. As I rushed into the infirmary, I allowed my aura to seep out. I had no time for questions. I wanted action. Immediately they bowed their heads in submission. "The Queen has been hurt. She has lost a lot of blood. I need you to get her stabilized. She is your queen, and you will treat her as such. Do absolutely everything to save her life. Our son has been forcefully delivered prematurely and needs immediate attention. See to it not a single hair is harmed, and that they are treated with everything correctly. My kingdom doctor will arrive to take over or help soon," I said as the nurses rushed over with a gurney. I placed her body on the gurney as they wheeled her away fast. "She is going straight to surgery, sir. We have to close the gaping wound on her stomach and make sure it is appropriately cleaned to not cause infection. She will also need a blood transfusion," the doctor said as the nurses rushed my mate into a room. "Okay," was all I could get out. "Go be with your son. Her surgery won't take long, but we don't have time to sterilize you to allow you into the OR. "I understand, but do not. And I mean, do not fuck up," I said as the doctor nodded and rushed off to where the nurses had disappeared with Tegan. That was when another set of nurses ran in with this incubator and a huge machine that they immediately hooked up to my son. They quickly worked getting him on the oxygen while screaming out orders. They placed an IV in which made him holler out. The scream of our child had my wolf on edge, but I knew they were doing what needed to be done. "Alpha King, sir, I need permission to intubate him. His oxygen is still low. He can cry and scream, which is an amazing sign. However, his lungs still do not have the appropriate time to form. So, in turn, he is struggling to breathe. I need to quickly get some medicine down that will help his lungs." "Yes, anything to save him, do it," I replied, the doctor rushing to his bedside as they worked quickly. The intubation was only brief, however, which was a good thing that it didn't need to remain in. He did, however, have tubes coming from his small body in every direction. He had a tube connected to a big machine that connected to a mask that covered his small face. There was also an orange tube coming from his nostril aside from the oxygen, but it was capped off, not connected to anything. His small arm had a cuff on it, while his toe had something wrapped around it, those 2 cords connecting to the monitor. Then there was the IV that was connected to the pole. He seems to be doing well after the medicine. He will need to remain on this continuous CPAP machine. It is what is delivering the appropriate amount of oxygen. We can slowly wean him off it as the days pass, but right now his lungs need time to develop to be able to take over the work the machine is giving. He needs to stay in this incubator. He is still too young to regulate his body temperature on his own, so it is set to regulate at a required temperature for his body. We will be giving him his feedings through NG tube, which is up his nose. It goes directly to his stomach until he shows signs of wanting a nipple dot. Right, single, quote, right, single, quote. Thank you. I looked back at my child, praying his mom made it out of surgery with good news. Ezra's POV. It felt like it had been hours since they took Tegan to the OR. I was supposed to protect them, both her and my child. I failed. In the meantime, waiting for any news at all, I called my kingdom doctor and requested she and some of her medical team be sent here so we can transfer both Tegan and our son back to the kingdom. I don't care how much she hates me. Their safety is my top priority. I won't force her to be my mate, but she will damn sure live in my kingdom so that I can ensure the safety of not only her, but our son as well. I hadn't been calling him by any name. I didn't want to overstep in case Tegan had already selected a name for him, and I would be damned if I gave up hope that she will make it out. She wasn't going to die, not here, not like that. She would live to be old as her hair fades from her vibrant red to her silky grey. She couldn't die, not like this. Her mom did. Kingston's sad voice piped in my head. No, that was different. She won't die like her mom. I screamed out loud instead without realizing it, which in turn made the others in the room jump from my sudden outburst. She will pull through, don't you worry, Helena said as she laid her hand on my shoulder. However, my eyes never left the tiny body that lay in the machine. His hair was as dark as mine. He hardly opened his eyes, but from what I can tell, they'll resemble his mother's eyes. If anything, he will be more like his mother than me. I pray to the goddess he is because I am a failure. A man who didn't fight hard enough when it counted. I want him to be brave and resilient. I want him to never back down from what he truly wants, no matter what. I want him to feel unconditional love. He deserves so much more than what fate has already thrown at him. While lost in my thoughts, a tap on my shoulder reminded me that I was not alone. I shook my head, pulling myself together before turning to look at who was there. Uriah stood at the door, his face showing no emotions. Alpha King, a word please, he said as he exited the room. I looked back at my son, not wanting to leave his side, afraid if I did, something else might happen. I will be right here. He will be fine, Helena said reassuringly. I nodded my head before standing up and following where Uriah had disappeared from. Once out of the room, I gently closed the door behind me. When I turned to see Uriah, many emotions crossed his face. What is it, Uriah? First, I want to know how you're holding up. Are you okay? As well as one could be in this situation, I suppose. But are you okay? Truthfully, I am terrified. I keep feeling like at any moment something else may happen. The sooner Tegan is in recovery, the sooner we can get out of this hellhole. Agreed, Uriah stated. So if you've left your post, there must be an update? I said, concerned for a moment. The witch killed him before I made it back. She left his mangled body on the stone that Tegan was on. She was nowhere in sight. It is strange that his pack didn't fight. They didn't even show up, I said, confused. Not even Beta Gabriel. Actually, I haven't seen any warriors. Not when we entered or since we've been here. I wonder why they would allow people to come upon their lands if they did sense us. Or why they haven't questioned us since being here, Uriah pointed out. Go and find anyone. Get word of where Beta Gabriel is and what is going on. Liam died at the hands of someone he was working alongside with, and his pack did nothing to defend him. We need to get to the bottom of why, I stated. Also, Lydia was spotted escaping from the pack house. Our warriors tracked her to the edge of the property line and then lost her due to the river. Once we are back at the kingdom, we will put a warrant out for her. Dead or alive, reward to whoever brings her in. Sounds good. You go and get some digging done. As for Liam's body, I would like it to be cremated here on his land. I want his ashes. His ashes? That's what I said. I have something in mind for them. He wanted to be a king, and he wanted a say in our lives. He will have one, just not what he had anticipated having. What does that mean? You will see. See to it his body is burned and all ashes are given to me. Once that is completed, find Beta Gabriel. We need to have some words. I said as the doctor who took Tegan's back for surgery appeared in the doorway. Excuse me, I have some other matters to attend to now, I said as I departed from Uriah and went straight to the doctor. Doctor, I said as I approached, surgery is completed. How is she? I asked calmly, although my nerves were at an all-time high. She is in recovery. She lost a lot of blood, but she will be fine. The last words sent relief all throughout my body. When can I see her? She will be in recovery for observation for an hour. Once that is complete, we will bring her to your son's room. They will share a room so that they won't need to be separated. Thank you. Thank all of you for saving my family. Of course, Alpha King. I must get back there, but I will bring her out soon, she said, before walking back through the double door she had come from. I walked back into the hospital room, Helena sitting in the spot I vacated a moment prior. Her head snapped up to look at me. Any news? Your sister got away. Liam is dead. His beta and warriors are MIA. Lydia was spotted and tracked but got away. And the most important update, Tegan is doing well in recovery post-surgery. Oh, thank the goddess above. Once she is cleared from post-op observation, she will be transported to this room until we leave, I said happily. Good. So, what are we going to do about the rest of the update? Take it one step at a time. Uriah is working on some of it now. But for us, let's just rejoice that both Tegan and our son are both alive and stable. Amen to that, Helena said as she hugged me before stepping out of the room. A knock at the door had me look over. The door opened as the doctor wheeled and awakened Tegan into the room. So, it wasn't a bad dream? Tegan's POV. I laid in bed, staring off at the ceiling, still not completely grasping what all happened. I was there. I felt the pain. I saw my wound. I saw my son. But none of it feels real. It was all so hard to believe. I knew Liam betrayed me, but I wasn't the only one. There was also Lily, who still remained in the dungeons while I sat in this bed hurt by the fact that Liam wanted to take everything. Then there was Ezra. How can I deny the fact that he saved both me and our son? But if it weren't for him rejecting me, this would have never happened. You don't know that, Gemma spoke. If he never rejected me, you wouldn't have me, you wouldn't be able to hear, and you wouldn't have gotten the confidence you now have. I wouldn't have been put in a dungeon, I wouldn't have been sliced open unmedicated, and I wouldn't have been on the verge of being sacrificed while my child was offered to a demon lord. They had been planning far too long. The rejection helped, of course, but this was written in our destiny. To be mutilated, to be violated and hurt beyond measure. To make us stronger. To open our eyes to the realistic part of reality. To show us what we must do as the chosen. And what if I don't want to be chosen? It wasn't your choice, Tegan. It was written in our fate. To be belittled our entire lives, then to be rejected. Then, to top it off, to be fake, loved, to be a sacrifice to the demon lord? As bad as it sounds, now we know what we must do. What must I do? No, what I must do is protect my child and myself from any other harm. Everyone is a threat, big or small. No, Tegan, we must take down Helga so we can take down him. Him? I asked, confused. The demon lord. Fuck that. In order for you to protect our baby and ourselves, we must take them down. It is the only way. Did you already forget what they did to us? I asked as the cruel reality replayed in my head. No, I will never forget, which is why we must take them down. They are too powerful. But we are more powerful, she stated, which made me feel uneasy. I felt far from powerful, let alone more powerful than a being that can grant any wish. We can do this, she said, again trying to be reassuring. I only blocked her out and took my eyes from the ceiling over to the incubator that contained my child. I was still unable to hold him, they said soon. But when was soon? The anticipation was eating at me slowly. You did a wonderful job, Ezra's voice said. I looked over at him, surprised he was even here. I thought he didn't want me to reject him. Not that I could right now anyways. The acceptance could potentially kill me after what my body just endured. You just looked at me from the incubator. Did you hear me? He asked, confused. He still didn't know I was able to hear now. I've had my hearing for over a month now, but he was not around, nor have we had a real conversation since the rejection. I only rolled my eyes and looked back at our son. How is that possible? It was a gift, I replied, but never looked back at him. From whom? From the moon goddess, I stated. I knew you sounded different, but I didn't know it was because you could hear now. Well, now you know, I said rudely. We sat for a moment in silence before he spoke again, irritating me further. Have you thought of names? He asked. Oh, you didn't take it upon yourself to name him without consulting me? I figured that was just how you worked, and I had no say in the matter. Tegan, I'm sorry. I should have spoken to you first. We should have figured it out together. But we didn't. End of discussion. Tegan. I don't want to hear it, Ezra. All that comes from your mouth is excuses. They aren't excuse. His name is Elias. Elias, I like that. A very suitable name for a king indeed. What makes you think he will be your next king? He is my child, my heir. And my contract was voided, therefore he does not have to be the heir. Tegan, he is my son, my firstborn. He will be the next king. He said with finality, I don't like the way the kingdom is run. He doesn't need to be controlled as you were. He should be able to make his own decisions. And he will. Like you did, I asked, finally making eye contact with him. The kingdom is changing. It will never change as long as they have a say. I hissed out with hate. Which is why they aren't going to be. Elder Jackson is no longer with us. There were others. And it is being handled. Elias will have a different kind of future. A better one. I wanted to believe him, but how could I? Tegan, Dr. Erin is on her way. We will be going back to the kingdom. You and Elias will both be coming back with us. It is the only way I know y'alls are safe. Something like this cannot happen again. His words irritated me, but I knew what he said was true. If I wanted to protect our son, it was the only way. I won't share a room with you. I don't expect you to. But both of your rooms will be on the same floor as my own, not across the way like before. So, on the same floor? Your room is across the hall. Elias's room is next to yours with a conjoining door so you can get to him for feedings and such. That didn't sound like an awful idea. And please don't fight me on the... Okay, I agree. You agree? No bickering, no fighting against it? No fighting against it. I agree. You won't regret it, he said, with a smile on his face. That doesn't mean I forgive you, and it also doesn't mean we will live like we are mates. Everything between us still stands. I'm only agreeing to this condition for him, I said, as my eyes diverted to Elias. I understand, but that doesn't mean I will give up. You should give up. What we had is gone, I stated. As he made his way over to me, placing his hand on my arm made me jump at the electric currents. What we have is far from gone, and I won't stop until you're mine," he said with fire burning in his eyes, but not from anger. The door opening broke the building tension between us as someone entered, making my heart flutter, but not from fear. Tegan's POV. I rubbed my eyes in fear I was seeing things. "Helena, is that you?" I asked as my voice broke. Tears started to fall down my face. "It's me, baby," she said as she rushed over to my side. Ezra stepped out of the way. "But how?" I asked. I knew my father wouldn't just let her leave, especially after not getting payment for my services with the contract. Her eyes cut over to Ezra before connecting back with my own. I had so many questions, but right now, I just wanted a hug. I reached my arms up for her to come to me. Our bodies connected in a tight embrace as I wept more. If it was one person I needed the most right now, it was her. She had always been like a mom to me, the mom I never got the chance to have. Her being here right now means more than she knows. As much as I want to blame this all on Ezra, I know this wasn't his fault. I chose to leave. I chose to try and move on with Liam, and I also chose to move to his pack. Ezra may be an asshole, but if it weren't for him showing up when it mattered the most, Elias, and I would be long dead. I wouldn't tell him I was thankful. However, my fiery spirit and hard-headed ways could never allow that. But I was grateful for his timing and him showing up when we needed him the most. He is a lot of things, but a bad man was not one of them. I looked over to see him watching our son, giving Helena and me a moment but not wanting to leave. "Thank you, Ezra," was all I said. He may not interpret the meaning to the extent of my thanks, but at least he got that much. "For you, anything," he replied. I looked from him back to Helena. "So catch me up on everything," I said, as I patted the space on the bed. Helena took a seat and began explaining all that she'd been doing since we parted ways a few months back. "And my father?" I asked. Ezra's head turned slightly to listen in. "He seems to be okay. Is he happy now that I am not there?" "You cannot blame yourself for his unhappiness, Tegan. He is a bitter man. But he hated me. He is also a hateful man that will never change." "But does he seem happier?" "He seems more miserable that he has nobody to pin his misery onto." Her words brought me a little happiness. Of course, my father will always be a sore spot, but for some reason, I yearn to see him happy, something I have never witnessed myself. From what others say, he was the best man before I was born, which brought me little comfort in knowing I was the issue. "It was never you, Tegan," he said, grabbing my chin to look at her. "He lost his mate, and when he lost his mate, he lost his way. That is not your fault. You have to know that." "Then why treat me the way he did?" "Because, my beautiful child, you remind him of her, which reminds him of his loss. It was never actually you." I want to believe her, but we both know there is lies in the truth. I was trying to find the right words when a slight knock at the door had us look over. Erin, the Kingdom Pack doctor, then walked in. "I got here as fast as I could. How are you feeling?" she asked as she got closer to the bed, a chart in her hand. "Like $1,000,000, I replied sarcastically. "Your surgery was a little over 3 hours ago. We don't want to get you up or moving for at least 6 hours. That, however, is for normal cesarean births. For you, however, under the circumstances of delivery, we will see how you feel at the 6-hour mark, and if all is well, we will go ahead and get you up and moving. The sooner you're up and moving, the sooner we can head home." Home. It's such a strange and unfamiliar word to me, almost foreign. Nowhere feels like home to me. I don't ever want my son to feel like he doesn't have a home. So I will return to the kingdom for him. That way, he will always have a place to call his home. For me, I am not sure it will ever feel like my home. I haven't ever felt at home in my life, so truthfully, the meaning of home holds no meaning to me. My son deserves better. He deserves to not only feel at home, but know it's his home. I know Ezra will provide that for him. I see the look in his eyes as he stares down at Elias. He loves him. I thought I once saw that love in his eyes for me too, which is why it was so easy to let my guard down. But then he pulled the rug out from under me. I was getting used to being someone he loved. I still see that same affection twinkling in his eyes from time to time, but I refuse to allow myself to fall for that again. "When can we hold Elias?" I asked, not really caring about anything else. I wanted to feel his skin against my own. She walked over to the incubator and examined him before looking at his chart, then at all the machines. "He is doing very well. I think some skin-to-skin will do him some good. We want to go slowly so that only one person can hold him for about 15 minutes. At that point, we will see how he is doing out of the incubator. If he does well, we can trade off for an additional 15 minutes. We need to be mindful that he was born 3 weeks early and was not ready to be brought into the world. So, with holding him, we will want to do it in little spurts at a time. If he does well with this, then we can do hands-on every 2 hours during his tube feedings. With that being said, who would like to go first?" she asked as she opened the incubator, rearranging all of the tubing so that moving him around was easier. Ezra looked over at me as I looked at him. "Tegan will," he said as he stepped aside. Dr. Aaron picked his small frame up before walking over to my bed, the tubing reaching perfectly. "Pull your gown down. Skin to skin is the best. It helps with his temperature, and it's also good for bonding." I did what was asked as she placed him on my chest. My entire world fell into place the moment he looked up at me, his beautiful green eyes searching mine. "He is perfect, just like you," Ezra said as Elias nestled into my chest. Tegan's POV. I got my 15 minutes. After my time was up, Erin checked Elias's pressures and his body temperature. She then deemed him good and that he could be held for an additional 15 minutes. Although I would love to not have to share him, I also knew that it was selfish of me. He had a father who had not left his side. Ezra has hovered and asked so many questions when anyone does anything with or to him. He was completely concerned for him, as a parent should be with their child. I knew it was only right that he also had the chance to hold our son, to feel that wonderful feeling of what it was like to hold him close. He removed his shirt so that he could also do skin to skin, the sight of his body sending delightful shivers down my body. I resented feeling those feelings, but I couldn't deny how sexy his body was. "Mama likey," Gemma purred in my head. "Down, girl, we just gave birth." "Doesn't mean my lady parts don't need some McLovin," she said as she basically pranced in my head at the view. I ignored her as I watched Erin place Elias on Ezra's chest. He gently cupped his butt while Erin rearranged the tubing and placed a blanket over them. Elias weighed only 3 pounds 12 ounces when he was born. He was already so small, but compared to Ezra, he appeared even smaller. It was a beautiful sight to see. Ezra looked scared but so confident as Elias's little body scrunched up against his own. His eyes never left the top of Elias's head as he watched his every move. "You got a little drool right there," Helena whispered as she touched my face, taking me away from staring. "Do not," I replied as I swatted her hand away. "It's okay to still love him." She whispered, "I don't." I was lying. Of course I did. I probably always will. This mate bond doesn't help the fact either, but it was deeper than that. "Right, well, just know it's okay. He hurt me." "I know, but he is trying to do better. Why are you defending him? You're supposed to be on my side." "I am only stating what I see. I'm not on your side or his. I am from Switzerland. I just want you to know that not all men are like your dad. Yes, he hurt you, but we make mistakes as humans." "He rejected me," I said, making Gemma whine in my head. "You may not be ready to forgive, and that is completely understandable, but in time, you will see." "Okay, Switzerland, You're sounding more like Team Ezra, I said sourly. I want what's best for you and your happiness. Being alone is what makes me happy. For now, Helena stated before standing up. I'm going to go get some coffee. It's been a long day. I will be back, she said, ending our conversation and walking away. What does she know anyway? She never had to feel rejection or the pain that follows in the lonely days after. She understands more than you know, Gemma stated, defending her. How would you know? You just met her. I just know, she replied before cutting the link ending our short conversation. A few moments later, Erin returned, putting Elias back in his incubator before checking his vitals and doing his tests over again. Still good. That's wonderful news. Hopefully, we won't need this much longer after all. I will return when it is time for his feeding in 2 hours. When I return, we will see how you handle weight and standing. Then we will go from there, she said as she exited the room, writing in her chart. I closed my eyes in hopes of getting a little rest. After some time had passed, a sudden voice shook my world, turning everything. I was feeling upside down. I could have had it all, the voice said. My eyes quickly opened, scanning the room, before landing on Liam's ghostly figure hovering over Elias. Get away from him, I screamed, trying to jump from the bed. My scream waking Ezra from his sleep. He quickly jumped from his seat, rushing to me to try and calm me down. It was only a dream. Calm down. You can't get up yet. But I knew it wasn't a dream. A very real Liam hovered in the air, surprised to see that I was looking directly at him. Well. Guess what they were saying was true. You are far more powerful than your mother. I will kill you again if you don't move the fuck away, I screamed. Tegan, there is nobody there. Ezra tried to calm me down, but I was slowly losing my patience. Too bad I'm already dead. Won't do you any good, Liam replied sarcastically. Liam, I swear to all that is holy, if you do not get away from my son, I will pull you back from the dead before killing you again. I like the fiery spirit. Where was it when I was slicing that round stomach of yours? His words set me off. I leaped from the bed with my arms reaching out to try and strangle him, only to grasp at the air as his translucent body vanished into thin air, his evil laugh echoing all around. Did you say Liam? Ezra asked as he looked back over to where I had reached. Tegan, can you see something I can't? He then asked, concerned. I can do a lot that you can't, I stated as I sat down on the bed. The ache from moving hit me full force. I closed my eyes to endure the pain until it passed. You're bleeding, he said as he rushed to the door screaming for Erin. What happened? She asked, rushing in. I was reckless, I stated, not wanting her to know what really happened. The less people who know of my abilities, the better. Ezra opened his mouth to speak until my eyes darted over at him, Gemma shining through. He understood without me having to say the words as he closed his mouth. Well, luckily no damage, just some residual blood came out. With your healing abilities, this will heal hopefully by the time we are ready to leave. Lay down, don't move, and don't get up until it's time. Understand? I understand, I replied. Good, I will be back in an hour to check on it. Just rest, Tegan. You just had major abdominal surgery, she said as she walked out again. Tegan, what the hell was that? Ezra asked immediately as the door shut behind Erin. Guess the dog is out of the bag, Gemma said in my head. I think the phrase is, the cat is out of the bag. Well, I don't like cats, she said, which made me giggle. Truth? I then asked, cutting the conversation with Gemma short. That would be nice. What I am about to reveal will leave you shocked. Ezra's POV. I already knew she was special, but seeing ghosts is a different form than even I could comprehend. She got into explaining everything, along with how the moon goddess told her she would receive at least 2 gifts, as her mother did before her. She hadn't mentioned the depths of her wolf, though. I felt kind of bad for knowing more about it than she did. Once she was done explaining how she had more gifts than even her mother, she then went on to telling what she was able to accomplish in a short amount of time. When she was done, her eyes shot up to me, expecting me to be surprised. "Why aren't you shocked?" "Some of them did take me by surprise. I didn't know you could have more than two gifts, and I definitely didn't know spirituality was one of them." I replied honestly. "Aha. What do you mean by more than two gifts? How did you know I had any?" "Well, I wasn't sure of it. Helena had just said you were destined to be a tribal wolf like your mother and possess at least two powerful gifts blessed by the moon goddess." "Helena knew?" she asked, confused. "Your mother begged her to keep your identity a secret. She never even thought that I should probably know." "I can't answer that for her. All I know is she made an oath to your mother that she stuck to until she no longer could," I said honestly. "So Helena knew about me all along?" "I did," the soft voice said, echoing from the doorway. "And you never thought that this was something I should know?" Tegan asked, looking over to where Helena stood. "It was hard keeping it from you, especially when your powers were manifesting, but it was safer." "For whom? You or me?" "You, of course." "Then why didn't you tell me before I left? I should have known if I was no longer safe." "I didn't have time. I found out you were leaving only moments before you did," Helena said. "You could have told me while we were packing. You wouldn't have understood Tegan." "It could have helped me, Helena," Tegan said before speaking again. "What's a tribal wolf anyhow?" I somehow forgot momentarily that she was sheltered from learning about the wolf tribes. Pack members learn of the tribes early on with their basic wolf studies. But Tegan's father refused to allow her to study anything at all regarding wolves. So much could have helped her before today if her father gave her the proper training, or even if I took her training more seriously. It's a special wolf, like you and your mother. What's special about us other than having gifts? Your blood harbors a protection against the vampires. It also can heal any wounded species aside from vampires. A single drop can cure even the sickest. Your blood is priceless. Anyone who knows of it will seek it, Helena explained. "But Mom died." "She did. How did her blood, or even my blood, not save her?" Tegan asked. "Because Helga cast an irreversible spell, the deadliest of them in all of magic, light and dark. The spell was destined to kill one of you. The only way to save one life was to protect the other. She chose to die to save you." "So it was my fault," Tegan said as tears began to free fall. "No, it was Helga's. But the choice was your mom's. She would do anything to protect you. You must know that," Helena tried explaining. Just then, the door opened, cutting the conversations short. Erin walked in, going straight to Elias, then to Tegan. Apparently not sensing the tension in the air, she began to examine Tegan's abdomen. "Good news. We are ready to go. Elias is doing amazing. And Tegan's wound is healed enough to mobilize," Erin said, looking up, her face scrunching up. "That's good news, Tegan. Why such a gloomy look?" "You're right. It is good news. Thanks, Doc," Tegan replied. "Perfect. I will go make sure the van is ready for Elias," Erin said as she walked out. Tegan then looked at Helena. "This conversation is not over. It's only on hold," she said before standing up and walking across the room. "There is one more thing I must do before we leave," she said as she slid some pants on that Erin had brought in earlier. "What's that?" I asked. "I need to free Lily from that horrid dungeon. She will be coming with us to the kingdom. I refuse to leave her with these god-awful people," Tegan said as she slipped on the remaining of her clothes. "I linked Uriah to meet us at the dungeon as we left the hospital." Helena remained back with Elias. Tegan then grabbed multiple torches at the entryway. When we entered, the most disgusting smell filled my nostrils, making the breakfast I ate resurface. We walked for a bit when Uriah finally broke the silence. "Do you guys smell that?" Yeah, it's fucking disgusting, I replied. Well, yeah, but the other scent, lingering with it, the scent of like chocolate. I don't smell anything other than shit and decompensation, I said honestly. We made our way down until the torch lit up a small cell with a trembling, malnourished girl cowering in the back. Get away from me, the girl screamed. It's okay, Lily. It's me. I'm here to get you out, Tegan said softly. Tegan? She said, her voice cracking. I told you I would save you from this place, Tegan said as she entered the cell. The girl named Lily then threw herself at Tegan crying. I thought he was going to kill you, she cried out. I thought I lost my only friend. Her voice said, breaking some more. Never, Tegan replied while patting her head in a soothing manner. Let's get the hell out of this shithole, Tegan said as she broke the chains from Lily, hissing out as the silver burned her. Lily stood, but her knees buckled, too weak to walk. I'll carry her, Uriah nearly screamed out. Their eyes connected as fear struck across Lily's face. No dot, no dot, no dot, no. She kept repeating as she backed off. It's okay. He won't hurt you. He is here to help save you. Tegan tried consoling her. However, she wouldn't stop shaking her head terrified. Uriah, go to the van. We've got this, I said, his eyes glossing over as his wolf chase surged forward. But he tried saying, I know, bud. But right now, she's terrified. Give her time, okay? I said, understanding exactly how he was feeling. Lily was his mate. I could see the recognition without him saying it aloud. He hesitated before storming away. Lily, I am Alpha King Ezra of the Realm. Would it be okay if I carried you? Tegan has hardly recovered from surgery, or she would be the logical person. Tegan nodded her head at her before Lily finally agreed. Okay, let's go home, I said as I picked up Lily's body. Ezra's POV. Once we made it to the van, Uriah was there pacing back and forth. Please don't let him near me, Lily begged, which broke my heart in more ways than one. Lily will need to be in the van transporting Tegan and Elias because they all need medical attention. The rest will break off into separate vans, I said as the pack gathered to load up. I want to ride with them, Uriah said. As do I. But what's best for them is Helena. Am I right, Helena? I said, looking over at her. Right, Helena said, getting into the van. But they need someone to protect them. Uriah tried reasoning. Helena can do that, I said, as I placed Lily in the van. It's for the best Uriah, Tegan said, placing her hand on his shoulder. She has been his hostage for years, where she was tortured by her first mate. If you want to win her, you must do what you don't want to do. Give her space. Give her time. It's a lot for her right now, she said as she walked away, also getting into the van. Her words stuck in my head. Tegan has also been through a lot, and maybe I needed to give her time to accept me again as well. But space was no longer an option. I tried that route already, and look where it got us. However, what she said made me feel like she was also speaking to me. Load up, I hollered out to the remaining of my pack members who had come. Once on the road, I decided to call Lamar to see what all happened back at Kirk's pack. I anointed him leadership until the beta appeared, and if the beta was worthy, then to pass the pack to him. The phone rang once before the line connected. Alpha King, is everything okay? Is Luna Queen safe? All is fine now. How is everything there? The beta acts as if he had no idea what Kirk was doing. And do you believe him? I asked. I am not sure. Okay, remain there in leadership until I can summon him. Once I'm back at the kingdom, I will summon a meeting with the beta, and we will determine if he is worthy or not. Until then, do your best. It will be over within a few days. Yes, Alpha King. We will speak soon, I said before disconnecting the call. We sat in silence for a while before Uriah spoke. What are we doing with this? He said, shaking the jar that contained Liam's body. A wicked smile crossed my face, and I will put him into an hourglass. What for? It will be my wicked way of allowing him the opportunity to make decisions. How? Uriah asked, confused. He will act as sand. I will use it as a determination of what will happen. Basically, I will give a time limit to whoever needs punishment to get something done. Once his ashes are all on one side, if they haven't completed what was asked of them, they will get whatever punishment was determined. And if they complete it before the ashes run out, then they will be pardoned. Why? I have already given time limits. This is just my cruel way of showing I am the one and only king. But they wouldn't know it was Liam? No, but I will. I do plan to tell one person, though, I said as a smile spread across my face. Who? Lydia. Once she is captured, I will give her a time limit to bring me Helga. She isn't going to be able to do that. I know, I said, laughing. But what a bittersweet way to punish her for her crimes, I said, anticipating her reaction. And I thought I was cruel, Uriah said, laughing. We had been on the road for a while when King started to become restless. What's wrong, King? I asked, while looking in my rearview mirror at the van behind me, the van that had Tegan and Elias. Something isn't right, he replied while pacing in my mind. Tegan looks okay. Not them, something else. Like what? I asked as we pulled into the road leading to the Kingdom Packhouse. Not sure yet. The closer we got, the more restless he became. Something isn't right, I said out loud when a scream echoed in the woods. I slammed on my brakes, not liking the sounds I could now hear. What was that? Uriah screamed. The kingdom is in danger, I said as I got out. I rushed over to the van behind mine. Tegan's face was already pale. What is going on? She asked. I think we are under attack. I want this van to remain back. We will go ahead and clear the way. By no means do any of you get out. Helena, I want you to make the van invisible while concealing all of your scents. Do not make a sound, I said as she shook her head. I want to help, Tegan tried saying. You're in no shape to fight right now, Tegan. Please stay here and protect our son. I begged, praying she would listen. It was like an instant understanding when I said our son. Her entire demeanor changed. She sat back down and shook her head in agreement. Helena, do it now, I said, as she started murmuring words. The van instantly disappeared like they were never there. I have reason to believe the kingdom is under attack. Everyone file out and follow your trainings. I'm mind linked to the members who came with me. What about them? Uriah asked, terrified. They will be fine. Right now, our kingdom needs us, I replied as I stuck my hands up in the air, signaling everyone forward. I shifted into Kingston as everyone else followed suit. We would be traveling on foot. It was faster and more efficient, especially if we were under attack. When we got closer, we could hear the fighting as a battle had already been in action. Once we arrived, there were bodies everywhere, both our members and some who were not. The entire place was chaotic with wolves fighting. I jumped into the air, snatching the first wolf who did not belong. They were targeting a smaller wolf, one who was defenseless. I ripped their throat right out as my growl echoed all around. Immediately stopping most in their tracks, others cowering in submission. Kingston stood around 5 feet tall, which was taller than most wolves. Alphas tend to be around 4 feet tall, whereas others are smaller. Kingston, however, was much larger due to him being the alpha king. I stood on all fours growling, my teeth showing with each growl. A wolf across the way growled out, challenging me. I instantly recognized him as Liam's beta, Gabriel. Kill them all. I want this pack eliminated. Any members remaining on their lands may seek refuge, but all of the wolves here, die. I mind-linked my pack as chaos broke out once more. Ezra's POV, Gabriel's wolf charged without any hesitation. I guess the reason for them not being on their lands was that they were already heading to the kingdom. Liam must have been very confident that he would get the job done for him to send all of his warriors to my kingdom. I considered not killing them all, but at this point, They are attacking because they believe in the cause. No matter which way the reasoning is swung, I as the king cannot allow the people who would do something like this to walk away with their life. At any point in battle, it was kill or be killed, and I don't plan to die, not like this, especially to these mutts. All I could see was red as Gabriel charged me. I wanted blood, and blood was what I was going to get. His wolf leaped through the air as King jumped to meet him halfway, our bodies colliding, making us both fall on all fours. We circled one another before Gabriel made the first attack. I always waited for my opponent to attack. It gives me a better idea of what kind of fighter I'm up against. I quickly dodged his attack before countering my own. My jaw latched onto his hind leg as he yelped out in pain. "I love the taste of my enemies!" Kingston roared in our mind while shaking his head back and forth, making Gabriel's body fall to the ground. I could feel the crunch as my teeth dug deeper into his flesh. The deeper my teeth sank, the more the blood would pour in my mouth. Once I let go of his leg, blood began to steadily pour out of his wounds, which made him involuntarily shift back into his human form while he screamed out in pain. This was definitely a fatal bite due to his femoral artery, but I wasn't quite done with him. I then looked around to see if any threats were near. Once I scanned my surroundings, I went ahead and shifted into my human form. I wanted my voice to be the last thing he heard before he took his last breath. "You dare challenge me," I roared. "You were supposed to be dead," Gabriel cried out. "Yet here I am." Liam swore that once the trade was made, he would be king. "You mean Liam, whose body is now ash? The same Liam who dared to cross a powerful witch and lost his life before being given a new one?" "Liam is dead?" he asked. "How did you not feel his alpha bond snap as he took his last breath? You of all people should have known the moment he was no longer alive." "I felt something, but I thought it was him coming into a new power." "Doesn't matter. Liam is dead, and soon you will be too," I said, as a wicked grin spread across my face. "Please, I was only following my alpha. A beta is to follow their alpha. I am the king. No alpha order comes before me," I screamed out, reaching my hand down, taking Gabriel by the throat. Kingston surged forward as we looked him in his eyes. "You will all die tonight," I then stated. As I held his dying body in my hand, I could feel the presence of another as they charged toward me. I glanced to the side just as another wolf leaped into the air. My free hand caught him by his throat. I then moved his body to face his betas. One wolf, one man. Face to face. "Get a good look because this is the last either of you will see," I said before snapping both of their necks. Once the beta was dead, the other wolves submitted, surrendering immediately. But that did not matter. I stood by my words. "Line them up. Each will die for their actions today. Executioner style," I said as my men tied each of their hands behind their backs, pushing them to their knees. Many were begging to spare their lives, but what kind of king would I be if I allowed what they have done to slide? I had no room in my heart for mercy. These men knowingly came to the kingdom with one goal. They all knew the plan of murdering the queen and offering the Alpha King heir to the demon lord. Not a single man here was innocent. So not a single man will live. I will eliminate the Twisted Oak Pack. The innocent pack members back on the Packlands will be offered sanctuary and refuge, but these men here, these men die. What about their families you are going to offer sanctuary to? Uriah mind linked me. What about them? What if they seek revenge for their family? Then they will reap what they sow. They should know that what their family did is punishable by death. Therefore, they shouldn't seek revenge. Maybe for some, maybe not for others. Then we will cross that bridge when we get to it, I stated, Uriah nodding in agreement. There were nearly 25 men still remaining, each next to each other on their knees. Any preferred way to go? I asked out of humour. Some call it dark, I call it being polite. When nobody said a word, I decided fast and easy will do the trick. I hadn't been able to go shooting in a while. Might as well put my gun to good use. One of my men went to retrieve my gun while I watched each trader. When my warrior returned, I loaded the barrel. My gun is a Springfield 45. The magazine held 8 rounds. Reloading sucked, but man, did I love shooting it. Any last words? I asked while standing behind the first to die. He began mumbling incoherent words as I pulled the trigger directly to the head. After each was dead, I instructed my men to take their bodies to the crematoria so their bodies could appropriately be disposed of. So, I then instructed another set of my men to gather up the fallen of our own so we could prepare them for a proper burial. Once the battlefield was cleared, I decided it was safe to go get my family. I ran back down the same path I had come from. "All clear," I hollered out when I got to the vans. The invisible van reappearing, Tegan jumping out running to me. "Are they okay?" she asked, panic in her eyes. "All is good. Were you worried, little Red?" "Of course. I am fine. See?" I said as I turned in a circle. "I wasn't talking about you," she stated bluntly. "Ouch, Red, that hurt," I said as I put my hand across my chest dramatically. "Get used to it, because that's all you're going to feel when you see me," she stated as she walked back to the van. Fuck, and here I thought she was coming around. I'm going to have to work a lot harder if I want to chase her back. Tegan's POV. My heart was pounding in my chest the entire time they were fighting. I knew I was concerned about Ezra, but I couldn't let him think I cared, because I shouldn't. When I knew he was safe, it was like something washed over me, a sense of relief. However, my heart seemed to pound even harder when the van pulled into the driveway of the Kingdom Packhouse. What were they all going to think? Did anyone even notice that I was even gone? Did they know that I was rejected? I had so many questions swirling in my head, but they all seemed to vanish the moment the bright-smiled brown-haired girl appeared in the doorway. "Honey, I'm home," I screamed at her, still unsure how she would react. I never even said goodbye when I left. Without any hesitation, she rushed to me, her arms flinging open as she pulled me in for a bear hug so tight that I could hardly breathe. When she let go of me, my eyes went straight to her throat where a soft pink scar now remained. My heart clenched in my chest, knowing it was my fault. Her hands began moving. It took me a moment before I realized what was happening. "How do you know how to sign?" I nearly screamed, her eyes shimmering with happiness. "We all know how to sign now," she said with her hands. "But how? I thought that Ezra..." "He made it mandatory." She cut me off mid-sentence signing. "You learned all this in a month?" I asked, confused. It took me forever to get it down, and here she was, signing like a professional. 2 months, actually, but it's really easy and pretty fun. Not everyone is as good, but they're all still learning. I looked over her shoulder at Ezra, who was now talking to his beta, his beautiful dark hair shimmering in the sun. He did this? For me? A tap on my shoulder made me look back to Imogen. "What happened to you? You never said goodbye." She signed as a feeling of sadness washed over me. "I'm sorry, it all happened so fast. Did Ezra not tell you?" I asked. She shook her head before lifting her hands to sign again. He hadn't really been around. Nobody knew what was going on. What happened? "It is a lot, but I promised to tell you everything," I said as Liliana appeared in the doorway. "Where is he? Where is my grandson?" she screamed, nearly popping my eardrum. She rushed over to the van that had Elias in it. Aaron was still gathering up all his tubing. Liliana helped her as they pulled the incubator from the van. "Oh, goddess, he is so handsome," she yelled out as tears began to slip from her eyes. Come, we have his nursery ready for him. We have all the required stuff that was requested to be able to host him with all of his equipment," she said to Aaron as they began to go up the sidewalk. Imogen grabbed my arm, my eyes leaving my son to connect back to her once again. "Grandson?" she signed, Her face mirrored pure shock. "Would you like to meet the future king, Doe?" I asked as a smile spread across my face. "Of course, but one question. You have only been gone for 2 months. Were you pregnant for a month before you left and didn't say?" she asked. "It's kind of tangled into the long story. I promise once we are somewhere more private, I will tell you everything." Imogen nodded in agreement. I then turned to see Lily standing near the van, still terrified. "Come with me. There is someone I'd like for you to meet." I took Imogen over to Lily so that I could introduce them to one another. "Lily, this is Imogen, my best friend. She can't speak anymore due to her vocal cords being cut a few months back, but she can hear you. Imogen, this is Lily. I met her at Twisted Oak Pack. She has been through a lot and needs some good friends." Imogen went to shake Lily's hand, which made her jump backwards, frightened. Imogen immediately doubled her fist over her heart as she moved it in a circular motion, signing, "Sorry." Imogen is saying sorry. She is a good person. "I promise nobody will ever hurt you again. Not here," I said, as I took Lily's hand in my own. "How about we all go see the nursery?" I asked, making both girls nod yes in response. Once we walked in the room, I eyed it in awe. Imogen immediately went to the incubator to look at the sleeping baby as Lily stood off to the side. A few moments later, a deep voice spoke up, sending shivers down my spine. "Do you like it? I had it all prepared. I wasn't sure what you would like to decorate the nursery like. I know it's not really boyish, but it reminded me of you," he said, making my heart flutter in my chest. I looked back at the room. A big beast painted on the wall with other characters painted behind him and Belle. How did you know that I loved Beauty and the Beast? A book was on the nightstand while Imogen was in the hospital. We hadn't had the chance to deeply discuss what you like, and so I went with what I thought you'd love. We can always change it if you don't like it. Absolutely not. It's beautiful. Not really for a boy. I think it's perfect, I said, looking back at him. Okay, I will allow you time to settle in then. That door to the left leads to your room, he said as he pointed to a door across the room. I nodded before he turned away, leaving us girls alone. I was surprised Liliana wasn't up here, but I guess he told her to give me a moment when we first arrived, which I appreciated. So, he is yours. Imogen signed to me as I approached. He is mine. Meet Elias. He really is perfect. She signed as her eyes connected with mine. But I am ready to know what the hell happened. Don't leave a single thing out. She then signed bossily. Once she was up to date on everything, or almost everything, she sat there in shock. What the fuck? She finally signed. I only shook my head in response. Worst part? I only started dating him to make Ezra mad. Look where that got me, I said bitterly. I'm just glad you are both alive. Me too. But I can't shake the feeling that I am still being watched, I said honestly. Watched? I feel like someone is there but in the shadows. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Of course you feel like that. Look what you just went through. That's not all. I'm having dreams. I have seen what's to happen before it has happened. I finally admitted out loud. Tegan's POV. I have been having dreams for a while now. I hadn't wanted to admit that what I was dreaming was actually coming to life, but there was no denying it at this point. I have had 3 dreams that have all happened exactly how I had dreamt it. It terrified me because why was I seeing future things that have yet to happen? Was I somehow supposed to stop them from happening? How do I tell these dreams apart from the normal dreams? It was all becoming extremely overwhelming. I wasn't sure how to take this new gift. Was it supposed to be something I was supposed to alter the outcome of? There were so many questions surrounding the issue. Instead of trying to figure it out, I chose to ignore it. At least until the last one I had. The last one was a wake-up call that I had to start doing anything with foresight. But unfortunately, there was nothing I could do to stop what Liam had done to me. I had dreamt it the night before. I was so sure it was just another bad dream until that dream had become a reality. After everyone had long gone to bed, I decided to lay in my own bed, looking at the baby monitor, hoping to not have another dream. At least not one that would come true, and definitely not one that was horrific. Time seemed to keep ticking on slowly as I sat there, watching Elias sleeping. He looked so peaceful. He was still attached to all of the tubes that were giving him oxygen. Erin had mentioned this afternoon that she wanted to try easing the pressure down this week to see if he is able to do the work on his own. Only small steps, of course, but even the small steps add up to eventually being big steps. A soft tap on the door made me look over at the clock. 1 a.m. Who would be knocking at my door at 1 in the morning? I got up, grabbing my black silk kimono, pulling it on over my short shorts and thin tank top. I had no bra on, so my nipples pebbled as the cold air hit me. The kimono will at least hide the fact my breasts were at full attention. Since giving birth, they had been perky due to the milk, and my nipples always seemed to be hard. Guess that was one of the side effects of having milk filled in your titties. When I reached the door, I paused, the scent of apple cinnamon wafting heavily through the crack at the bottom. The smell was mixed with a hint of vanilla whiskey. What did Ezra want so late? It couldn't wait till the morning to be addressed. I opened the door to Ezra, leaning in the doorframe. His eyes hooded with darkness as the golden orb shined brightly mixed with black, letting me know Kingston was also present. "What are you doing?" I asked. He stood there, casually wearing no shirt, his abs and muscular body flexing, showing off just how amazing his body looked. His pajama pants hung dangerously low on his hips. "My eyes are up here, little red," his deep, husky voice said, sending shivers down my body. His eyes taking me in, which made my heart do a flip, as his sexy gaze sent more shivers down my body. "What are you doing here?" I asked again. My kimono slipped down my shoulder as his eyes burned every part of my body it looked at. "I can't get you out of my mind," he said, as he stepped forward, causing me to step back. "I told you that I wouldn't forgive you." I tried stating boldly, only for my heart to give in a little, as his hand reached over to my other shoulder, pulling the kimono down as well, leaving my perky breast at full attention. "Doesn't mean we can't have a little fun. Don't you want to have fun?" he asked. His hand moved from the kimono to my face, gently pushing a wavy red strand of hair away, the electric waves sending pure pleasure down my body. Just let me worship your body," he said as he stepped forward again, closing the door behind him. He picked up my body with ease, my legs wrapping around him on their own accord, slamming my body against the wall as his lips devoured my own, leaving me breathless. He then pulled away to start trailing light-feathered kisses down my neck down to my breast. I was aching to have him more than I had ever ached before. I needed this. I needed him. He ripped my shirt off my chest as he dove right into pleasuring my achy breasts. Milk started coming out, making me embarrassed. He only sucked harder, as if it didn't faze him. I threw my head back at the blissful pleasure he was making me feel when he threw my body onto the bed. I wasn't sure when he removed his pants, but soon he was pulling off my shorts in one swift move as he began to worship my body. I missed this. I missed his touch. I missed feeling the electrical shocks everywhere his body touched mine. His head moved as he went down south. My body started quivering on its own as his tongue swiped up, leaving my dripping pussy begging for more. "What do you want, Red?" his voice asked sexually. "Yo, you. Please, I want you," I begged shamelessly. "Tell me what you want me to do," he said as he moved upward. I could then feel the tip of his dick rubbing against the entrance of my pussy, teasing me. I closed my eyes, waiting for him to enter. Fuck, I need him. I needed all of him. "Please, I began to say as a cry let out in the distance. I quickly opened my eyes to look at the baby monitor. However, when they opened, I was alone. Fully clothed, sweat pouring from my body. That was a fucking dream. That was the sexiest dream I've ever had, Gemma piped up. I was now completely embarrassed at the fact of having a sex dream about a man I swore to forget. Another cry sounded over the monitor as I pulled myself together. I got up, grabbing my kimono for real this time, and headed to Elias's room. When I opened the nursery door, there he stood over the incubator in all his glory, except he was fully clothed and consoling Elias. Sorry, he was crying and I woke up and, no, it's fine, thanks, I then said. The sight of him sending a wave of need through me again as the dream fresh on my mind resurfaced, making me embarrassed all over again. Luckily, he had no idea. I've got it if you want to get some sleep, he spoke. But little did he know, there was no way I was going to be able to sleep now. Ezra's POV. I was suddenly woken up from my dream by the cries of my son. As much as I would love to live curiously through my dreams, my son needed me more. If only the dream was real and not some wild, needy fantasy. I left my room to go to his nursery. The only sounds in the halls were his soft cries echoing down the empty corridor. I glanced over at her door before entering his room. I gently picked his body up, careful of the tubing he was connected to, just like Erin had shown us. He was hungry and was ready to be changed. Erin had his pump set to the setting required for the night. All we had to do was get the milk, warm it up, then connect the tubing from the pump so that it can slowly feed him through his NG tube. Thankful that Erin prepared everything, because all these buttons and options were confusing. She made it simple with just having to put the milk in, attach the same coloured tube to his NG tube and press start. That was easy enough to follow, but just in case, she left step-by-step instructions, which were taped to the feeding pump. I was beyond grateful for our pack doctor. She had gone above and beyond to accommodate what we requested and needed. Obviously, she would prefer if he remained in the infirmary with her and her nurses, but I knew better than to separate him from Tegan. Tegan had been through so much in such a short amount of time. If I gave in to Erin and let Elias stay at the hospital, Tegan would never leave his bedside, nor would she sleep. I don't blame her though. I was like a hawk, and it wasn't even me who experienced it all. It was her. We did too, just not in the same way, King said, defending us. I got Elias changed and was messing with his pump. Once it was all going, I started to rock him. I began to sing a lullaby that my mother used to sing to me when I was a little boy. I was far from a good singer, but he somehow still enjoyed the sounds. I slowly trailed off signing, but still continued to rock him when the side entry door opened. Tegan came in wearing a silky black kimono that was opened, leaving everything on display. Her body was obviously covered with clothes, but I could still see her hardened nipples under her shirt. Her shorts also left little to the imagination. Not that I was complaining. The sight made the beast within me wild with desire. A flash of the dream I had a moment prior ran across my mind. I quickly shut it down, however. She was nowhere near ready for that kind of relationship with me, but she will be soon. I had every plan on making her mine again, and I was not one to fail at accomplishing what I wanted. I've got it, if you want to get some sleep. I stated more like a question rather than a statement. She only smiled as she made her way across the room while wrapping the kimono tightly around her body, covering everything back up. I won't be getting much sleep tonight. I had a dream which wasn't going to allow me to sleep, she stated as she sat down in the rocking chair. I could only imagine the things she has been dreaming of. After all she had endured, I don't think I would be sleeping much either. While she was probably having nightmares, I was across the hall having sex dreams of her. All my mind is consumed with thoughts of her. With her so close, my hormones are now going wild, but I have to contain myself. I knew she wasn't mentally or physically ready for me or my beast yet. Yes, same. Did you have a nightmare? I asked. Something of the sorts. A wild nightmare is a good way of describing it. She spoke. Want to talk about it? I asked, hoping to try and get her to open up to me so we can become close once more. However, her face turned a shade of pink as she let out a deep breath. No thanks. But you can talk about your dream and why you won't be able to go back to sleep if you'd like. That's okay. Some dreams are better left unspoken, I replied. Although I would love to go into details of how I picked her body up, pinning her against a wall before tasting her sweet nectar again, I shouldn't tell her. It would only push her away, which was the last thing I wanted to do. Would you like me to take him? She then asked me to change the subject. Sure, I said as I walked to her, gently handing him over. As I passed him along, the electrical sparks coursed through my body from our skin touching. Her eyes started to shine a bright green with a hint of black as her wolf, who I've yet to meet, came forth. I could feel Kingston also on edge. He wanted his mate just as badly as I did, but I knew better than to act now. The tension was steadily building, and I knew it. I felt it wasn't just coming from me. Ahem. Her voice echoed, making a sound to gather my attention, as if telling me my hand remained on her for too long. Sorry, I said, before quickly removing my hand. Her eyes immediately returned to her normal shade of green, a colour that had easily become my favourite, the shade that mirrored my son's. I could easily get lost in her eyes if I allowed myself to. So I was wondering if I could start back training, this time with my gifts too. She then asked, killing the tension with one sentence. Are you ready for that? I have to be. Something big is coming and I have no room to be underprepared. Not again. She stated matter-of-factly. How do you know something big is coming? I asked. I can feel it inside. Plus, something in my head is telling me that something is coming. Well then, we should all prepare. That would be wise, she said before her eyes went downward to look at our son. We have to protect him. He is special, you know. Like you? I asked curiously. Not sure how she knew already, but it was better to not question her abilities. He is more special than even I. Something is coming for him, and we need to be ready, she said as her eyes moved from Elias to look back at mine. Her eyes were now a shade of deep red, which was the most terrifying shit I had ever seen. Tegan, I said, concerned. She shook her head and smiled. Sorry, I zoned out. What were we talking about? Her words scared me even more. What the fuck was that? Tegan's POV. The next week flew by. I hadn't left Elias or my room since returning. I was having some setbacks from training due to having some panic attacks when I got near people. I had a routine down with Elias that we now did daily. I had just finished my hands-on. I was now allowed to try and feed him 2 times a day, which was a progress. He still doesn't have the sucking part down without choking, so we are taking baby steps. If he chokes while breastfeeding, then he finishes his meal with the tube feedings. That way, we know he is getting enough food during the feedings. I had just finished up when the day shift nurse arrived to give him his daily medicine. He was currently taking probiotics to help his immune system. She would also do his vitals and draw more blood for testing to make sure his levels are still doing well. Once she was done, we got him settled back in the incubator, which was hardly even doing the temperature control since he has managed to control it himself now. He has come so far in such a short amount of time. Erin also was able to get him off the CPAP machine and now only on a normal O2 flow, which is a blessing. It means he doesn't need the extra support and is able to do the majority of the breathing on his own without a high flow of oxygen. Once he was back asleep, I decided to go shower and get ready. I had officially decided today was the first day I would go back to training. I was excited yet still nervous to be around anyone else. It had been some time since I'd been able to train with combat, let alone use my gifts. I made sure that the only people I would train with were Ezra and Tanner. Not that I wanted to get close with Ezra, he was just the most advanced and would help me push myself to my limits. Plus, he knew about my gifts. We didn't want many to know about my gifts, not yet at least. Tanner was the only other person I trusted to help me. He has been there since the rejection. I had come to lean on his stability and support more than I realized. When I was taken hostage, I kept thinking he would show up to break me free and protect me. He was like a shadow that refused to go away. I know he started it because he was ordered to, but somewhere along the way, I felt like he wasn't just doing it because he had to anymore, but rather he wanted to. Imogen showed up as I was getting my training gear on. Her eyes lingered on my abdomen. I healed nicely, but the scar would always be there. Even Gemma's ability to heal me couldn't take away what Liam did to my body. I would forever be marked. A daily reminder of what happened. Here for duty. She signed proudly. Thanks again for watching him while I get out for a bit. You need it. You've been cooped up in this room for days. It's time you get some sun. Your skin is pasty white. She signed while busting out in a fit of silent giggles. Ha ha ha, very funny, I said as I pulled my shirt on. Plus, you haven't shifted yet, have you? She asked curiously. I thought about it for a moment, realizing I hadn't. I have yet to see my wolf. I imagined she was average size, maybe red, but truth be told, I had no idea. When I had received my wolf, I was pregnant, so shifting couldn't happen. Then I was recovering from what happened, which shifting probably wouldn't have delayed recovery, but better safe than sorry. Plus, it just hadn't occurred to me that I was able to shift. I completely forgot, actually, but I haven't. I said now, thinking of how it may feel. I'm surprised your wolf didn't take over as soon as she could. Imogen signed. Just wait. It'll be liberating. It's like sex. Once you do it, that's all your body will crave. She signed with a smirk on her face. How would you know? You're a virgin, I said, laughing. It's a choice, she said as her face went serious. All right, I must get going. I met Ezra for my first day of training. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Actually, that's not fun, so I do everything I wouldn't do, she said with a smirk on her face. Yeah, whatever, I said as I walked out the room. I made my way down to the training grounds that Ezra had booked solid for today, a new goal in mind. Once I arrived, he was already there. He was bent over, arse in the air, while stretching. His buttock looked mighty fine, I must admit. The urge to poke his arse was overwhelming, but I managed to not give in to my irrational temptation. He took a deep breath, inhaling as he stood back up, showing his rippling back muscles. He then turned around to face me, his golden eyes shimmering in the bright sun. Get to stretching, then we will start, he said as he grabbed his foot from behind, now stretching his quads. I actually have something else in mind. Not ready to train yet? He asked. Oh, I am, but I just realized. I haven't shifted since getting my wolf. Maybe it's best I shift. Get to know my wolf form. Then I can begin training so I can train in both forms. I hadn't realized you haven't shifted before. He was surprised. Yeah, with the pregnancy and stuff, we just didn't have the chance. Right, that makes sense. So then let's get you shifted and familiar with your wolf form today. Then tomorrow we can start the physical training, he said as I nodded my head. As he began to take his pants off, I quickly turned around, the dream resurfacing as it was still fresh. This is natural for us, Tegan. For you maybe, but not for me, remember? Right, of course. Let's go behind trees then. You can look, I'm not naked. I turned around in relief before following Ezra into the woods. I picked the biggest tree before removing my clothes. Ugh, Ezra, I said in a questioning tone. Yeah? How exactly do I do this? I asked, completely lost with how you even begin the process. First time is the hardest, but I will be here every step of the way. You're not alone. You will want to close your eyes and connect with Gemma. Once you feel her, pull her forward. Relax your body as she begins to take control. I won't lie, it's going to hurt like a bitch, but it will be all over within minutes. Don't worry, I got us. It will go so fast, you won't even know it happened, Gemma said as she surged forward, taking control. Tegan's POV. I felt as my bones began to reshape. The pain was almost as worse as being cut open with no medicine. I couldn't begin to describe what it felt like other than breaking and re-breaking every bone in your body all at once. Which, if you'd never broken a bone before, you'd have no clue of what that form of pain felt like. I've had my arm pulled out of the socket many times. But this pain, this was the worst type of pain one could go through at once. My screams were echoing in the woods as Gemma pushed forward. What felt like hours was only moments. Before I knew it, my legs were hitting the ground. I looked down, realizing it wasn't my feet, but rather furry paws. I did it! I fucking did it! I thought to myself in excitement. What do you look like? I asked Gemma impatiently. However, she didn't respond. It was strange being in wolf form. Everything was more enhanced, even more than it was in my human form. The flowers seemed more colourful. The smell of the trees around seemed more potent. I could see the dewdrops on the leaves from the melting snow as it fell to the ground. Everything seemed more like it was in 3D. It also felt weird. Not really having control of your own body, but being more of a passenger. It was like seeing through someone else's eye while they controlled your every move. This must be what it feels like to be you, I said to Gemma as she emerged from behind the tree. Soon we came face to face with the white and golden wolf I had only seen one other time. I had expected him to tower over us, except we were more eye level, which told me I wasn't average size at all. I was a lot taller than even my human form. Holy shit, a voice other than Gemma said in my head, startling me. Who the fuck is that? I asked Gemma as she cackled in our mind. It's a mind link. You know where packs of wolves can communicate with one another in wolf form? She replied sarcastically. I know what a mind link is. Then why'd you ask? I've never had one before, so I wasn't expecting it, I replied honestly. How exactly do I respond to a mind link again? I asked, making her howl in laughter. Just think of who you are wanting to speak to. Open a connection and just speak. She replied once she was done making fun of me. I did as my wolf suggested and thought about Ezra. But the thoughts that came were not ones I was expecting. They were in no way innocent. I could have thought about anything, like his hair, his eyes, his voice, literally anything other than what he looked like naked, but here I was, like a bitch in heat thinking of the most inappropriate thing. Be careful, I might let King fuck us in doggy style if you don't cut that out, Gemma said, making me realize how little control I actually had right now. You, okay? Another mind link came through in the voice of Ezra. I focused on his eyes and name as I felt the connection that Gemma spoke of before. Yeah, just trying to figure this all out, I replied honestly. A chuckle came across MindLink before Ezra responded again. I know a waterfall not far from here. It's too cold to swim, but it is a nice run to get there. Lead the way, I said as he took off in a full-on sprint. Gemma followed behind him effortlessly as she dodged tree limbs, leapt over fallen branches, and zigzagged all around. Soon the view of a beautiful waterfall came into sight. When we arrived, she walked up to the water before dipping her head down to take a drink. I pushed forward to look in the water's reflection. She was easily the most beautiful wolf I'd ever seen. She was red like I had expected, but there were more. She had golden tips to her ears. Her paws were splattered with gold, along with her chest. She was unique, a lot like me. She had this pattern that you don't typically see in wolves. Most are solid colours, others barely splashed of another colour. But she was overall two-toned. She turned sideways, allowing me to get a full look at her body. Along her sides, she had this golden lightning bolt streak that stretched all the way across the side of her body. She was magnificent. I've never seen anything more beautiful, Ezra said as Kingston circled us, his eyes making me feel like prey. He wants to play, Gemma said as she bent down in a playful manner. She waited a moment before she pounced on Kingston, making him let out a playful growl. She then took off into the woods. They chased one another, sniping at each other before a rabbit crossed our path, grabbing Gemma's attention. She bent down in a crotch as she watched the rabbit carefully. She slowly inched forward before taking off in a full sprint at the rabbit. A predator hunting its prey. After a short chase, Gemma managed to capture the rabbit before tearing right into the flesh. Fresh blood filled our mouth, her true nature as a wild animal taking over. I would definitely need a shower after this. She ran for what seemed like hours until eventually she slowed down, tiring out. "Let's head back," Ezra said. Kingston led the way out the forest, back to our clothes. Once we were back, I focused on myself, pushing forward as I took control once again. Gemma gives it back without a fight. After I was dressed, I came out from behind the tree. Ezra was already leaning against his tree, waiting patiently. "That was needed more than you know," he spoke. "It was definitely a wonderful experience. Thanks for today," I said as we walked back to the pack house. Once on our floor, we parted ways. When I entered, Imogen took a big inhale before a smile appeared across her face. "What?" "I see you let the wolf out for a little fun." She signed as she smelled me again. "I did." "Well, if you were wanting to avoid Ezra, you did the complete opposite," she signed while silently laughing. "What do you mean? He was only training me on controlling my wolf." "Yeah, and allow your wolf to bond with her mate." I hadn't even thought about that. All I was thinking about was learning to navigate in my wolf form. Not once did I consider that she would be bonding to Ezra and Kingston. "I fucked up. I wouldn't say that," Imogen signed. "I didn't want to bond. I don't want him." "You say one thing but do the opposite." She was right. I needed to be more careful. I'd be damned if I let him get close to me again. Ezra's POV. I felt like I was making good progress with Tegan. I felt our bond strengthen after our wolves bonded that night. I wonder if she had felt it too, or if it was all in my head. However, something changed after that night. She requested minimal training sessions with me, stating she wanted to get all she can in with Tanner before taking me on. Every time I'd entered a room where she was, she would excuse herself, coming up with some excuse every time. I knew winning her over wouldn't come easy, but I wasn't sure how I was supposed to gain her trust to be able to get her back if she wouldn't even be in the same area as me. I sat at my desk staring at the paperwork that had been piling up with things I'd been neglecting. The meeting with Kirk's beta hadn't gone as I was expecting, so Lamar was still running the pack temporarily. Luckily, he was born with beta lineage, so he could run it temporarily until I could find a replacement. However, going through the list of potentials was beginning to give me a migraine. I had decided to have alphas from other packs submit an application for the position. Obviously not for their firstborn, since the firstborn of an alpha would take over their own pack. Typically, the heir of the alpha that passed away would take over, but since Kirk only had Lydia, and she was as crooked of a person as he was, she was not an option. I wasn't against a pack having a female alpha. Most others in the pack, however, were against a female leader. In my eyes, if she had the training, knowledge, and was worthy of the title, then she had every right to the position as a man. Women were still seen as inferior to most, but in reality, some women were kick-ass and could be a better leader than a man. When I got to Tegan's pack, I looked at the name across the application. Tegan Declan. I didn't know much about her pack other than they treated her like shit. Her eldest brother Darian would be having his crowning for the alpha position soon, and I wondered if Tegan wanted to attend. We received the invite. Of course, all the future alphas wanted the king to attend their alpha crowning. It was, of course, an honor for a royal to attend. However, I was still weary from the little bit Tegan had told me regarding her former pack. I wanted to go as a family to rub it in their faces how amazing she was doing without them. But we weren't a family, not a whole family for the moment at least. I did wonder about her thoughts on the matter. I wondered if she would be willing to help me with the decision-making process. Of course, once the alpha is selected for the Silverline pack, if anybody chose to challenge the selected alpha for his position, could do so. Challenges were deemed normal with our kind. Challenges were also hyped up because the pack course wanted the strongest to lead them, whereas the alpha of said pack wanted to prove himself worthy. The only downfall was most alphas refused to submit. Therefore, it tends to be a battle to the death. I never agreed with that part of the challenges, but that was the werewolf way. Survival of the fittest, one would call it. I decided to mind link Tegan to request her assistance. I wanted her opinion on it. Plus, I was dying to see her. Tegan, if you have a moment, could you come to my office? Sorry, I am currently busy taking care of Elias. Bring him. I'd love for my family to all be here anyways. It's his bedtime, and I don't think it's very wise to be too far away from his oxygen. Aaron said he was doing great, and we would only put him on it if necessary. He needs to be around others to build his immunity up anyhow. Plus, I've been working tirelessly all day, and I miss him. Fine, I will bring him down. Then I can go do something while you spend some time with him. I actually need you for pack business. It's not a social visit. Of course, it would also be a social visit as well. After all, she had been avoiding me. Fine, we will be there in 5E, she replied before cutting the link. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't using the pack business as an excuse to see her, but at this point I was desperate. I had tried everything, from breakfast in bed to trying to catch her in the garden for a late-night stroll. But she had managed to dodge my every attempt. At least, with this social call being about pack business, she wouldn't possibly feel the need to run away. Maybe it was my ticket to spending more time with her. A few minutes later, a soft knock was at the door before it slowly creaked open as her scent wafted in. So, what did you need me for? She said as she walked in, closing the door behind her. I have a dilemma that I think you would have some good eyesight on, I said as she handed Elias over to me. I thought females didn't need to worry about this part, she said as I handed her the folder for what was needing to be done. Well, things change. I'm not the Queen, Ezra. This isn't my duty, nor is anything regarding the kingdom. But you also had a wonderful memory, and my mother was pleased with all you retained. I figured with a brain like yours, you would have better eyes to spot what person would make a good alpha. I spoke. She shifted through the papers, looking at all the candidates for the position. I knew what she had gotten to when she suddenly stopped and was staring for a long period of time. Frederick? She asked before looking up to me. He is of alpha lineage and submitted an application. What are your thoughts? He has the training and knowledge, but I am sure all of these candidates do. But what do you think? I think I would need to meet them all to make that sort of judgment call. Including Frederick, I would need to see him from a fresh set of eyes. That can be arranged, I said as she nodded. Is that all then? She asked, standing up. One more thing, I stated as I fished the invite from the desk, handing it over. Tegan took it, her eyes scanning it before looking back at me. Why are you showing me this? Would you like to attend with me? I asked. It would be right to. Perfect. It's a date, I said, making her face scrunch up. It is not a date. Whatever you say, little red, I replied, a big smile now on my face. Tegan's POV. I wasn't thrilled about spending that kind of alone time with Ezra, but I knew that one day I had to return. Not out of respect for Darian or my father, but because I needed this for myself. I needed this so that I could finally let go of the girl I used to be. I had been going to therapy since the Liam incident. After that night, so much trauma resurfaced. Trauma I couldn't handle on my own, so in order to be the best mom I could be, I decided it was best if I reached out for confidential help. One of the objectives that I was given in order to blossom as a person was to let go of the past so that I could build a better future. As much as I hate to return to that awful place, it was my opportunity to confront them all for how they treated me. It was also supposed to help me let it go so I could move on. Let's just hope my therapist was right. Hopefully, this wasn't a huge mistake. A punch to my gut brought me instantly out of my thoughts. Where is your head today? Get it out of the clouds, Tegan. You can't be in La La Land when you're being attacked, Tanner said. I was still bent over trying to catch my breath from the sudden impact. I know. I just have a lot going on, I said, taking a seat on the ground. Want a listening ear? That's what therapy is for, remember? You're the one that suggested it to begin with. Only a handful of people knew I was seeing a therapist. Ezra was not one of them. I didn't need him to alpha command my therapist to tell him what was going on or what I was thinking. I did. But that doesn't mean you can't have a friend for moral support, Senta, he spoke. I just don't know if going tomorrow is a good thing. I responded honestly. Isn't it part of your homework? Homework? I asked with a laugh. That's basically what she gave you, homework. How else would you describe it? Tanner asked seriously. I guess you can consider it that, but that's not what has me on edge. Then what is it? He asked. I am leaving for 4 days, where it is just going to be Ezra and I alone. Elias will be there too, he stated sarcastically. Okay, smartass, he is a newborn. That isn't going to stop the tension or the confusion. And being away in a familiar place that brought me only trauma will have me leaning on Ezra for the stability I know I'll need. I don't want to be vulnerable, and he uses that to get closer to me. I hear your concerns, but come on, T, he is your mate, he said as he took a seat next to me on the grass. A mate that chose to cast me away like I was trash, I said, reminding him what Ezra did. He had no other choice. He did, and he chose to side with those elders. You're not giving him enough credit for all he has done since then, Tanner said, making me think about all the countless attempts Ezra has done since returning. Even before I had returned, he was trying to change the kingdom's ways that have been set in place for centuries. Still doesn't change how I feel and how he didn't take into consideration how I felt. I am his mate, not just some contracted mate, but his fated mate, and he cast me aside like he did Lydia when I arrived. You can't hold not feeling a mate's bond against him. The curse was strong, Tegan. But he felt something, I said, trying to defend my hard-headed ways. But not like you did. He had a blockage from it. But even before it hit him, he was still fighting to keep you. Not hard enough, I said as tears started surfacing. I placed my head on his shoulder for comfort. So, you're telling me that you're more scared of letting your guard down with your own mate than to face your tormentors head on? He asked with a low chuckle. You haven't met your mate. You don't understand its pull. Low blow T, even for you, he said as he removed his hand from where he was rubbing circles on my back. I'm sorry, I said, looking over at him. Come on, let's train. Get your mind off of the what-ifs, Tanner said as he stood. You just want to hit me for being a bitch, I said as I also stood from the ground. Maybe a little, he said with a giggle as he got into his stance ready to attack. We trained for a while longer. Today was combat only. No gifts, no shifts. When I return, we will start focusing on shifting in the middle of combat so I can get faster at transforming into Gemma when needed. Then we would begin to focus on intertwining my gifts into my fighting. Tanner thinks if we master one thing at a time, then when it comes time to use it all, I would be a force to reckon with. After a little more one-on-one combat, we decided to call it a day. When I was walking inside, a door nearby slammed shut, the walls shaking with the force of the close. Someone was pissed off, and I was not in the mood to be caught in the crossfire. I quickly climbed the stairs, getting to my room in record time. I had been paying Imogen to be Elias's nanny. She was once my handmaiden, so I just changed her duty to be Elia's caregiver while I trained. It gave me some time away, but also was able to keep her employed. Plus, I didn't trust many others with him. Helena was working daily with her courses of sign language, which kept her busy. There was Lily, but she had her own baggage, and I wasn't prepared to trust her alone with a child. She was a good person, but she has days where she just isn't all there, which is understandable. Liliana, Ezra's mother, has offered, and although I trust her judgment, I just feel more comfortable if Elias was with Imogen. Hey there. Imogen signed as I walked in. Hey, how was he? I asked as I picked up the wide-awake Elias. An angel as always. I got his bags packed and ready for tomorrow. Perfect. Thanks, Imogen. I don't know what I'd do without you, I said as she headed to leave for the night. Lose your mind. She signed before giggling and walking out. I looked at Elias's shining green eyes as a smile spread across his small, perfect face. Well, buddy, tomorrow we head to meet the family I know you'll never become, I said, rubbing circles on his chunky pink cheeks. I wasn't sure what the following days would bring, but I knew I wasn't ready. Ezra's POV. I slammed the office door, the sight sending anger coursing through my body. How could I have been so stupid? I thought allowing her to train with Tanner would benefit her. Instead, it was making them closer each day they spent together. If he lays a hand on my mate other than training, I will rip his heart out where he stands and eat it, Kingston roared in my mind. His anger only added to my own. Tomorrow we leave for 4 days. In those 4 days, we must get her to fall for us. No, Mutt. No problem, Kingston replied. Except there was a problem. No matter what I did, I couldn't get her to look at me the way she just was looking at Tanner. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the look in her eyes told me that she cared for him, more than I thought. What if she is falling for him? What do we do then? I asked my wolf, knowing he wouldn't have the right answers. He was an animal after all, and they only acted on pure instinct. Kill him. He stated as if that would ever be the correct way to handle it. I chose to close the link with my barbaric wolf and mind link Uriah, my only trusted friend. Hey bud, you busy? I asked. When am I ever busy? When you have company, I replied honestly. There had been countless times I'd unknowingly mind-linked him while he was fucking. Crazy thing was, the dumbass responded each time. You can't mistake the sounds of one out of breath. Only a few things will do that, one of which was his favorite activity. Well, I'm not currently busy, nor will I be for the foreseeable future. What's up? The poor guy was in a similar boat to my own, except he didn't cause the trauma to his mate or have a hand in it at all. He was just receiving the short end of the stick to what was left of his broken mate. Want to grab a drink and drink away our sorrows in the office? Sure, man, anything is better than what I'm doing now. Be there in a minute, he said, cutting the link. Within minutes, the door swung open without a knock. Uriah swiftly walked in, kicking the door closed behind him, hands full with whiskey. So, what are we drinking for tonight? He asked as he poured his glass to the rim with golden liquid. Does there need to be a reason? Not at this point, he said as he took a seat, letting out a sigh. What the hell happened to us, man? I asked as I took a sip of my own drink. Fucking fated mates is what happened. Who said that this was supposed to be easy? How it all just comes naturally when you meet. The instant connection of love. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Well, sometimes it does click instantly. But some assholes go and fuck it up, I stated. And some assholes are dealt the remaining cards from those other assholes who fucked it up. We both truly are fucked, aren't we? I asked as I leaned back in my seat. Appears that way. I've done all I can think of. Flowers, chocolates, letters, nothing has helped. I stated, so maybe she just isn't like most girls, he said as he swirled his drink around in his glass. You can say that again. No, what I mean is that flowers, chocolates, stuffed animals, and letters don't woo her. You must dig deeper. Find what she desires the most from a mate's affection. Use that to win her back, he said, taking another drink. Have you listened to your own advice? Well, no, but I have a good reason, he replied. That reason being? My mate doesn't leave her room, shuts completely down when I'm near. I know her name from Tegan, that is all. I can't even get a single word from her mouth. Any time I go to her, she is in the corner shaking. I can't woo her if she is scared of me. He had a point. His situation was far worse than mine. I wished I could help him. But at this point, we were both on our own in our misery. We drank until the sun peaked in the sky. Uriah had long since left for bed, while I sat up thinking about how I was losing my mate to another man and what I needed to do to correct that. Killing him was not an option no matter what Kingston states. I would do it the human way, the hard way. These 4 days were exactly what I needed. I would go above and beyond to get her back. I retired to my own room to pack up for the trip with a new mindset in place. I can't let another man steal my woman. I just had to step up my game. Getting to know her roots is where that would help me. I knew she had a rough upbringing, but surely something there will help me see her true self, the one she hides from me. I needed to know her on a deeper level so that I could win her heart. Once I was packed, I went downstairs to get the car. I wouldn't be using a driver. I wanted strict alone time with her, which meant no one else was coming along. Just Tegan, Elias, and me, the way it should be. I got the car started and put my bag inside. I also got Elias's pack and play, some toys, and some necessary items we will need aside from his own clothes. Once I was done, I went to Elias's room, getting him up. I put a bag of breast milk in a warm bath to prepare it for when he was ready to eat. I gave him his morning bath, then dressed for the day. By the time he was ready, the milk was thawed and good to go. I sat down and started to feed him when Tegan walked in. "Oh, you're here," she said, surprised. "I am. Just feeding Elias. The car is ready. We just have to load up and leave when you're ready," I said, smiling. I wanted everything to be ready for when she woke up. I wanted her to only have to worry about herself today. "Okay, I'm just going to change and grab my bag. Then we can head out," she said as she walked back to her conjoined room. I burped Elias and got him in his car seat. Once he was ready, I carried him and his bag down to the car. As I strapped him in, Tegan appeared in the doorway, looking more beautiful than ever. "Are you ready?" I asked as I put her bag in the car. "As ready as I'll ever be, I assume," she replied as she got into the passenger seat. Now, to put my new plan into action. Tegan's POV. Ezra had everything already packed in the car, aside from some bags. He was feeding Elias, which was also already ready to go when I woke up. It left me speechless. He really was excited for this trip, which made me more nervous. "Mate is a gentleman," Gemma said as I got into the passenger seat. "Well, you weren't here when he wasn't so gentle with me," I said before shutting down her sappiness. Last thing I needed was my wolf altering my brain with her thoughts. I foolishly allowed her to truly bond with her mate, not thinking of the outcome. Now, all she talks about is mate this, mate that. It wears me down most days, truth be told. When I finally think I've broken free of the constant thoughts of Ezra, Gemma goes and pipes up about something to do with him, recreating the never-ending cycle of consuming thoughts about him. It's not her fault. She is an animal and her natural instinct is to want her mate. But she doesn't know what it feels like to be rejected. I do too. I may not have been there for the rejection itself, but I was there immediately after. I felt all the same hurtful feelings you did. I was the one who had to push the pain aside to be able to pull you out of your depressive state, she stated very angrily before cutting the link. Instantly making me feel bad, she was there for the pain, and I acted as if I suffered alone. It wasn't right of me. It wasn't her fault that she wasn't there. It wasn't mine either, but she was right. She was there to pick up the broken pieces, and I hardly ever give her credit for that. "I'm sorry, Jem. It was inconsiderate of me. I'm just always so angry, and I don't know how else to express it," I said honestly, hoping she would forgive me for being such a bitch to her feelings. "Fine. I accept, but you're going to have to find other ways to express your anger because I won't continue to tolerate your disrespect," she stated bluntly. "I know. I promise it'll stop." "Fine. Now talk to mate, it's getting awkward," she said before cutting the link again. Fuck, this was going to be a long 4 days. However, I chose not to speak. She may have endured the same pain from the rejection, but she wasn't as mad as I was. I opted to try and remain silent for the ride from Colorado to Texas, but he chose to speak instead, breaking the silence. How are you feeling about returning? I don't really have any feelings regarding the matter, I said, knowing damn well I had a lot of emotions festering inside of me. Well, if that changes, just know I am here for you. We don't have to remain on their pack lands. We can get a hotel nearby if that is more comfortable for you. Thanks, but I lived there all my life. There is nothing they could do that they hadn't already done before. Except this time, I'm not the timid girl they used to know. I may have my fair shares of traumatic events, but it all has only helped me become stronger. Good. Just remember, they are nobody compared to you. You are the queen, he said as his eyes glanced over to me before looking back at the road. I am not the queen, Ezra. You will always be my queen. There will never be another for as long as I live. I won't force you to take me back, nor will I force you to take up the responsibilities of the queen. But that doesn't change who you are. You're my mate, my wife, and the mother to my child. There will only ever be you for me. His words sent shivers down my body as they registered in my mind. When I didn't respond, he spoke again. I may not force you to take me back, but I will never stop wanting you. I will only ever have a desire for you, and I will forever chase you back until the day I take my last breath. I will prove to you my loyal ship from this day moving on. I will never stop trying to win your heart back, because you will always have mine. My heart clenched in my chest at his words. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as he glanced back and forth between me and the road. I was speechless. What else could I possibly say that I hadn't already? He broke me, but he knows that. Yet he is still persistent with wanting me back. Somewhere deep inside, I want to forgive him. But then, it makes me think about what it may say about my character for taking back the man who broke me, for forgiving him after he shattered my heart. I had done it countless times with my father, and swore after the last time that I would be stronger than that girl. I wanted to be the resilient badass that I knew I could be. It would take more than cute words to break down the wall that I had built. But somehow, his words still managed to make it through the cracks of that wall, threatening it to fall apart. Elias began to cry in the back, which saved me from the inevitable conversation I knew would eventually have to occur. I can pull over. We still have a long drive. At least stopping will allow us to stretch, Ezra stated. I need to feed Elias and change him. Stretching my legs sounds nice also. It wouldn't hurt to use the restroom either, I said as Ezra pulled off the highway onto a road that led to a store. Once the car was parked, I got out and got Elias. We headed into the store where I could relieve myself and change his diaper in the restroom. When coming back, Ezra was on his phone as I got in the front. Without thinking, I unbuttoned my shirt, popping a breast out to feed Elias. Ezra's eyes dart over as the golden orbs flicker with black, making me hot all over. I wasn't thinking when I pulled them out that this could come off sexually. It was a simple, non-sexual act of feeding my child, but his eyes told me differently. Ezra shook his head, averting his eyes back out the window while I fed Elias. After he was finished, I put my breast away, then put him back in his car seat. We may need to make a few more stops between here and our destination. We still have 8 hours to go, he said as he put his phone on a clip to follow the GPS as he pulled out the store. If you don't button your shirt, it's going to be a much harder drive, he said, looking back at me with his lust-filled eyes, making my heart thump hard in my chest. Tegan's POV. He stopped a few more times before finally passing the Welcome to Texas sign. The car ride hadn't been as miserable as I had expected. We managed to make small talk. He was opening up about his work and the dilemmas he was facing with it. He was also asking for my unbiased opinions, which was nothing like before when he basically told me that my role was finances and party planning. We talked about the possible outcomes of his situations and how he could get around any issues. Luckily, he didn't bring up chasing me back the rest of the ride. which made me relieved but also a little sad. I kind of liked being showered with his verbal affection, but I also knew that desiring that kind of attention was a dangerous game. "We are almost there," Ezra said as the GPS told him to merge onto a dirt road. The familiar dirt road I never longed to see again as I left this place. "Great," I answered sarcastically. I wasn't sure he picked up on the sarcasm, but yet again he surprised me. "Do you want me to pull over so you can have a minute?" he asked as he slowed the car drastically to 5 miles an hour. "No, might as well rip the Band-Aid off, right?" "You know that I am here. They won't hurt you," he stated. I knew he meant what he said, but that didn't stop the overwhelming thoughts about what was to come. Nobody back home knew I was gifted, nor did they know that I had a wolf and could hear now. I was literally returning, now a completely different person than when I left. However, I was not going to tell any of these asshats about my gifts. None deserved to know that. It is now winter here in Texas, but I'm used to the cold since living in Colorado for the last 5 months. When we pulled in the driveway, I put the scarf Imogen had handmade me tightly around my neck. I pulled my coat on before stepping out into the winter breeze. I made my way around the car before Ezra beat me to it. "Don't worry about it, little Red. They can get the bags, and I will get Elias." "They aren't servants, Ezra." "No, but they are paid wages to do it, so why not utilize it? Plus, wouldn't it make you happy seeing someone who treated you badly serving you?" I do not wish to make people feel inferior to me. I will not demand their respect. I will not make them feel like they made me feel. I know growing up a royal it was an honor to make people serve you, but that is not how I would ever be. Nor will Elias, I stated bluntly. I only take pride in the ones that deserve it, and from what I've heard, all of these goddess-forsaken people here do. "Did Imogen deserve it when you were bossing her around my first day?" I asked seriously. His face flinched as I brought up him pulling his Alpha King status over her for hardly any reason other than to feel superior. "Exactly. That is a quality that makes a king not be respected when he is not around. If you want real respect and not demanded respect, you must earn it. These people may have treated me poorly, but I refuse to stoop to their level. I will rise above and get the deserved respect the right way," I said before grabbing my bag from the trunk. Just then, a paid employee rushes out to help. "Sorry, Alpha King. We had not been expecting you so early. Let me gather your belongings," he then said as he ran to the trunk. "It's okay, boy. I can get it." Ezra then said, "But sir, if I do not help, then I don't get my wages," the boy then said. "No problem here," Ezra said, handing him a wad of cash. "But if I do not work, then I did not earn this," he said as he looked at the money in Ezra's hand. "Think of it as a token of gratitude for your kind spirit," Ezra replied, shocking me. "Alpha King, sir, not to overstep, but if I don't help you in particular, I will be punished." The boy stated his eyes, now looking at the ground. Ezra looked over to me, making me shrug in response. "I'm sure my father said some shit that scared the poor boy." "Okay, then how about you take this bag here and I will get the rest," Ezra said, handing him Elias's bag, the smallest one there. The boy's eyes lighting up for finally getting to help as he pranced inside, telling us to follow him so that he could escort us to our room. Ezra grabbed Elias's car seat and a few bags before walking up to me. "I tried," he whispered in my ear as he placed his hand on my lower back. His hot breath sent goosebumps down my body. "I know," I replied as I picked up my pace to get away from his closeness. "Be careful there, Red. Kingston loves a good chase," he said with a smirk across his face. We then entered the house. I looked around, noticing nothing had changed. I wondered if my room remained the same. Before I could get to the stairs, the annoying, high-pitched voice of Jessie, my step-monster, echoed off the walls. "Alpha King, what a lovely surprise. It is such an honor that you were able to bless us with your presence for such a special event." I know you can't attend many of these events with how busy you must be, she said in a sultry voice making me cringe. Well, it is my wife's biological family after all, he said, placing his hand on my back once more. Jessie's eyes meeting mine for the first time as she registered. I was there. Right, of course, how had I forgotten? Welcome back, daughter, she said a little too friendly as she pulled me into her arms. Gosh, where are my manners? You must meet everyone. Please, follow me. I should put these away first if you don't mind, Ezra said, as he lifted the bags to show her. Don't be silly. We have help for that, Jessie said, trailing off before yelling at the boy. Hey, kid, yeah, you. Take the king's bags to the room like you were supposed to do, she said with anger laced in her tone. I had opted to do it myself, actually. Follow the way, young man, Ezra said, stepping around Jessie. We will be down once we settle in. Dinner starts when? He asked over his shoulder. 7 p.m. Perfect. We will see you at 7 p.m. Luna, Jessie. I can send an escort? Nonsense. I have the perfect escort who knows her way around, Ezra said, turning her down, making me even more happy as we walked away. Ezra's POV. Once alone, Tegan let out a relieved sigh. I guess she isn't on your favourites list, I said, stating the obvious. If one existed, she would be somewhere at the bottom, Tegan stated as she flopped down on the bed. I got Elias out of the car seat, getting him changed while she let out another exasperated sigh. I thought this would be easier, but seeing her brought up unwanted feelings. I don't even know what to expect of seeing my actual brothers and father, or even my wicked stepsister, she said as she leaned up on her arms to look at me. What they did to you won't get any easier to deal with, let alone confronting those feelings head on. It takes courage to do that. Not to them, she stated as she sat all the way up. Elias began to fuss right on Kay after getting changed. I guess it's your turn now, I stated as I handed a very hungry baby over to Tegan. She undid her shirt again as she pulled her breast out. This time it didn't take me off guard, so the arousal didn't hit full force like it did in the car. I started to get Elias's pack and play set up as I put the bags away. I wasn't going to unpack them. I'd much rather live out the suitcase for 4 days than to put it all in drawers to just take it all out again. Once Tegan was done, she looked at the clock. It read 6:25 p.m. Want to go explore with me, or? She asked as she fixed her shirt. Sure, where are we going? I asked curiously. Just to take a walk down memory lane. I'd rather not do it alone. I would be honoured to take a walk down memory lane, I said as we headed for the door. We began walking down some zigzagged hallways until she stopped in front of a door. She took a deep breath before turning the doorknob, then pushing it open. She let out a sigh as she entered. She walked aimlessly around the room before stopping near the windowsill. She pushed on the edge as the top broke free. She peeked down, letting out another sigh, this time sounding more relieved than sad. At least they didn't find this, she said as she pulled a shoebox out. What's that? I asked as I walked closer, holding Elias in my arms. Just a keepsake box I managed to save over the years. Most of my stuff would get destroyed. I never had much I valued, so I learned early on to hide it if it's important to me, she said as she opened the lid. She pulled a ribbon from it as a smile crossed her face. Then she pulled out some photos. And last, a teddy bear that was barely hanging on by a thread. This was the last I had of my mom's things, she said, while tying the green ribbon in her hair. This ribbon was in my mom's hair the day she gave birth to me, or at least that's what Helena had told me. And this here is Mr. Cuddles, she said, lifting the worn-down teddy bear up. This was what my mom gave to Helena before she gave birth to me, telling her it was my first stuffed animal. Allie ripped it up once, stating that it was supposed to be a rag doll and it needed to match me. I did what I could at the time to save it, but this was the best I could do, she said as a tear slid down her face. Anyways, want to see some pictures of my mom? She asked as a smile reappeared. I'd love nothing more, I said as I sat down beside her on the ground. She then started showing all she had collected over the years. Most of them were of her mother smiling or laughing, her dad too. Her mom was a replica of herself. She was a sight for sore eyes. No doubt where Tegan got her looks from. Sitting here going through her stuff made me feel closer to her than even before we married and mated. It felt like she was finally sharing a piece of herself with me. "Why aren't you in this?" I asked as we came across a family photo of her father, brothers, stepmom, and stepsister. "Oh, I wasn't allowed to partake in family pictures. Dad said he wouldn't frame a disgrace on his walls, let alone capture one," she said with a frown. "Are there any pictures of you?" I asked with a hint of sadness in my voice. "Oh yes, Helena made sure to capture it all. She always said my smile would light up a room. Helena has them. We can look at them when we get home if you want. But in these, I only have this one," she said as she pulled out a picture that was taped back together from being ripped in half. It was an exhausted-looking Marcy holding the crying baby Tegan. Must have been taken right before she passed. "That's a beautiful picture," I said, making her smile. "Why is it ripped apart?" I then asked as curiosity got the best of me. "My father did it when my mom died. Helena saved the portion with me in it. When I'd found the half with my mom, I showed it to her and she pulled out the other half, making it whole again." She responded. I could feel her sadness through our bond. Even though the bond was extremely weakened with the rejection, I could still feel her emotions, as she could mine. I scooted over and wrapped my arm around her shoulder. She responded by laying her head on my own shoulder for a moment before looking up at me. We stared into each other's eyes for what seemed like forever. The sudden need to kiss her was overpowering. I leaned in as she leaned in too. I could feel her breath as it fanned my face. My heart was fluttering that this was going to happen. When I went in for the kiss, a cough at the doorway interrupted us. We both looked over to a tall, lanky blonde standing in the doorway, her hands on her hips. "Allie," Tegan said as she scooted away from me. "Mom sent me since you're late. How did I know you'd be here? Do you like what we've done with your room?" she asked. I looked around the room. It was completely empty. "There is nothing here," Tegan hissed out. A sudden burst of anger came in waves through our weakened bond. "Exactly. So much better, don't you say?" her sister then responded. "What a bitch." I opened my mouth to respond, but Tegan's hand on my arm stopped me. Her eyes asked me not to. "Allie, this is my husband, Alpha Ezra," Tegan said instead of engaging with her comment. Allie's eyes looked over at me before a disgusting smile crossed her face. Ezra's POV. I looked back at Tegan as she stood from the ground, gathering up all her keepsake memories. I started helping to get it all back in the box. "We will be down shortly," I said to her stepsister, annoyed at the interruption. I was so close to having her lips on mine once again, and poof, it was snatched away. "I just want to ensure that the king has the proper escort to his dinner," she said in an openly flirtish tone. "No thanks, I have all I need right here. You can leave us be," I said, turning to look at Tegan while dismissing Allie. The sound of feet stomping away let me know that she got the hint, and I didn't have to repeat myself. Tegan began to push the windowsill up when I put my hand over hers, stopping her. Her eyes looked up to me as her face scrunched up the cute way it does when she was confused. "This is going home with you," I said as I looked at the box from her hand. "It doesn't belong here. We will drop it off in our room before heading down to dinner," I said as a smile crossed her face. "That will make us late. We are already pushing close to 7, she said with a frown. "And? We are the king and queen. The party doesn't start until we say it does," I said playfully to lighten the mood. "Dad won't be happy. He will think I am blandly disrespecting him," she said with a hint of fear on her voice. "Tegan, he has no control over you. He will never, and I mean ever, hurt you again. If he so much as lays a finger on you in any aggressive manner, I will chop the entire hand off whole. You have nothing to fear. He can get happy in the same pants he got mad in, I said bluntly, making her giggle. But you won't actually chop it off, right? She asked as we walked out. For laying a hand on my queen, I damn sure would, with zero hesitation. We dropped off the box in our room before she led me the way down to the dining hall. She walked in first, making her father's face frown in confusion before it connected with my face, which made him smile a fake smile. Alpha King, thank you for being here for my son's ceremony in a few days. We hadn't expected you so early, but it is always a pleasure, he said to me before looking over at Tegan, addressing her for the first time. Tegan, I hadn't expected you. After all, you always seem to fail at your tasks. Thank you for hosting us, however. Addressed Tegan formally Alpha Drake. The appropriate verbiage for a queen is not her first name, right? I asked aggressively, more of an intimidation tactic for his blandly disrespect. And I'd advise you to show your queen some respect. She may be a guest in your home, but that does not give you the right to disrespect her. Next time, consider that before speaking, most would have their tongues removed for such disrespect. My eyes never wavered as he visibly shook. My apologies, Alpha King, he said, bowing. It is not I that deserves the apology, I said, looking over to Tegan. Right, of course. My apologies to Queen. He hissed out with so much irritation in his tone that it managed to piss me off even more. Come have a seat. This seat is for you, Alpha King, Jessie said as she pulled out a chair between her and her daughter. That's kind, but I will be sitting next to my wife. I spoke. Do you mind scooting down one so that it can free up the chair next to Tegan? I asked Allie. Her face mirrored her mother's as she stood up and scooted down one seat, allowing the last two seats at the table to be next to one another. I ended up opting to sit next to her stepsister. I didn't want Tegan to have to endure whatever smart remarks she would manage to get out under her breath. Tegan then took a seat as I handed her Elias. Who is that? A semi-husky voice asked across the table. My eyes looked across to one of her brothers' faces. The younger of the two brothers, Frederick, was looking between Tegan and Elias. Somehow nobody else had mentioned him since arriving, like they hadn't even noticed he was there. Tegan looked at me like she shouldn't speak, but I only nodded my head. She shouldn't feel the need to not talk. I forgot you don't speak. Let me see if I can remember something. He began to think as he put his thumb on his chin and pointer finger pointed towards Tegan and flicked his pointer finger down, signing who, before putting his pinky finger to his lips and pulling it away to sign is. His face then scrunching up as he tried to remember the sign for that, but Tegan spoke instead. This is Ezra and I's son Elias. Her face looked surprised that he even knew two signs. She had mentioned once before that nobody cared to learn sign language here, so Frederick, knowing even a little bit, took her by surprise. You sound different. More comfortable with yourself, I'm sure, he said before his face scrunching as he thought about signing. Thank you for trying. There is no need for you to think so hard. I can read lips, Tegan said, not revealing to them that she could hear. Right, I remember, he spoke. The chefs started to bring the food out. As they laid platters out, Drake decided to speak once again. I must have missed something. I thought she didn't fulfill her contract. It was voided. Tegan decided to address her father this time, her eyes never wavering, as if challenging him. But yet, there is an heir. So what exactly happened with my payment? He asked as he looked over to me. Can't we just enjoy dinner? And praise the goddess that you have a healthy grandchild? Frederick asked as he cut into his smothered chicken. If he came from her, he is no grandchild of mine, Drake said, making Tegan let out the most vicious growl. She had never growled before, let alone that aggressively. You will not speak to my child, as you had me. If you talk about my son, the way you talked about me again, or so much as think of treating him illy, I will kill you where you stand. Do you hear me? She then took a bite of a green bean before speaking again. You do have one thing right, though, she said as she took another bite. you will never have the pleasure of saying your grandchild is the ruler of all kingdoms." A wicked smile crossed her face before taking another bite, her eyes never leaving his, the presence of fear lingering in his own eyes.